Good afternoon, everybody, and hello to you all. It is a wonderful day for more Hearts of Iron Commanders. Hello, I am Midgeman. I am the tournament host and livestream host for this broadcast. Thank you to Paradox Interactive once again for sponsoring us. And let's begin a semi-final day, shall we? Yes, we are in day 2 of the live portion of this competition that has been lasting for months. The first missions, the first boots on the ground happened all the way back in November, and now we are at the pinnacle of this competition where we're seeing the best of the best battle it out in 1v1 esports glory. And I am excited for these two games. Today is semi-finals day. Let's take a look at the bracket and talk about the story so far. So, yesterday we had a long day of quarterfinals where we saw Rizla beating Corsair and Player 1999 beating Booj. They're going to be in semi-final 1 today. It's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Rizla has been a big part, both these are players actually, have been a big part of the community for a long time. However, Rizla, this is the first event they can take part in because of age. They were too young before. Now they get to make their way and possibly make their way to the throne. They've been trying so often. A player, also a long-time veteran of the mod, coming out with some more old-school tactics we saw yesterday, but managed to land them the victory. So we might see some more old school map picks and some interesting choices there in our first match. And then second, we have Sojourn, who beat Daily Deister in quarterfinal 3. They are my personal favorite to win this competition, next to my next favorite person to win this competition, Segel, who beat out Espanol, who was my third favorite person to win this competition. It was honestly the hardcore bracket was this latter bracket, and we're going to have quite the game here. One of these players today is going to be winning a trophy amount of money. All of these players now are in the grasp of winning prize money. Prize pool is activated for all 4 of them, but we've got to decide who's getting the big bucks and who's getting the take-home pay, shall we say. But without further ado, I hope you're all having a great day. I hope you're all ready for some awesome Hearts of Iron action. And I think we should get things kind of going, shall we? And, well, first of all, I need to be frank. I can't do this first match casting alone. I need to welcome in a guest to talk with me, to cast with me, and that is none other than my good friend, PDX Freezer. Hello, friend. How are you?
Hello there, it's a pleasure to be here, Midge, and hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm looking forward to this. We had a really good time yesterday.
We did.
And I'm really glad to see Player in on this match, specifically because I was able to cast one of the games yesterday. It was Booj versus Player 1999. It was the very first time I was able to spectate and observe a Commander's game on a live stream, and it was incredible. So looking over towards this one, Rizla versus Player, it should be a jolly good time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question for you. This is your first real experience, so for context, everybody.
Yeah.
Fraser here is one of the wonderful members of the community team over on Hearts of Iron, and in fact, originally took up the position that I vacated over there. But you've been very, very involved with multiplayer for a long time. Let's talk about your pedigree a little bit, because you have a background in esports. You used to play and cast, or
yes,
play and cast in various esports and stuff?
I have been all over the place. So I initially started out in esports on Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, and it very much was a passion project of mine. I used to play throughout the weekends with a bunch of my mates, people that I met online, and we would compete in like kind of the small community events or community organized, tournaments that were going on. And from that, I went from playing it to then doing analysis work in it. And it was to the extent where, I would spend a lot of my free time sitting down, watching over broadcasts of the game to see what can I learn from what the other people are doing? What can we take out of the game and utilize in our own play styles? And for me, it was very much just I enjoyed doing it. It was a bit of fun. I got to play it with my mates, and sometimes I would get some money out of it. And over time, that grew into ultimately being part of my job. So coming over and nowadays working with Paradox Interactive, I work as a community specialist across the whole community for Hearts of Iron. And it's really important to recognise there are so many sub-communities involved in that. You know, you're looking at the people who enjoy playing kind of the more historic, maybe more linear play styles, or potentially you could even say more asymmetric play styles, where you're playing for 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. But then you've also got the smaller communities, such as with Commanders, you've got your Hearts of Oak, TFB, and a dozen other groups who like playing more competitively. They play to win, and they want to win.
You play a lot of Hearts of Iron, you play a lot of other map games, a lot of other ship-based games, but this is your first real foray into Commanders. Whilst you're a good analyst, you've been picking things.
Yes.
What's it been like visualizing this kind of gameplay, this bit more faster-paced competitive HOI compared to the other stuff that you've seen? And what was your biggest wow moment of like, oh, I didn't expect it to be that deep, or etc.
Hearts of Iron is a sandbox game. It's a box full of goodies and toys, and you can really do whatever you want with it. So when it comes to your mainstream Hearts of Iron 4 gameplay, you're usually expecting you're going to sit down and you're doing a campaign, and you'll be playing it for the next fortnight. When it comes to Commanders, you're cutting that time down by an order of magnitude. You know, these players have 5 minutes prep time at the start where it's paused. They can figure out, okay, this is the game plan I'm going in with this. These are the focuses that I'm going to use to set up my build. This is how I want the game to play. They'll take that and they'll run with it. Now, with your normal Hearts of Iron 4, it takes a much longer period of time to get through that. And for Commanders, it's a much more condensed format. It's a lot more streamlined. And it's been a really enjoyable experience just watching these different games play out over the course of maybe an hour versus, like I said, half a weekend.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we had some particularly long-form matches yesterday, which was also nice to see. And you can get those fluctuations of it can be over in 20 minutes, or it can take a full hour and a bit slog, because we don't have a match timer. We are not running on a clock. They're not running down a clock, but there is an in-game ticker. So there is a days till end. So there's the latest I've ever seen a match go, I think, with complete stagnation was 1943, and we start in 1940. And again, where it's only one nation, one player versus one player, it's drilled down, the forces are smaller, nothing like lasts as long. By the way, just so you know, the game is up for you to join if you would like to get on that. And I think it's about time that we went and spoke to our first semi-final players for the day. So let me bring in our semi-finalists. Hello there. Can everybody hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Hello, Rizla. Hello. Oh, player is currently deafened, so hopefully they we'll ping them to undeafen. But whilst I've got your ears, Rizla, how are you doing? How are you feeling about being in the semi-finals? You've automatically locked in some form of prize money. How's that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited, kinda. I mean, I wanna get into the finals.
You want to get into the finals? Yeah?
Yeah.
That's fair.
How are you feeling confidence levels wise of getting into the finals?
I mean, I feel pretty confident. I mean, player can, do some freaky things like he did against Prussia.
Yeah, absolutely. And hello, player, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
How are you?
Hello.
I'm fine.
Good. So we're in the matchup. It's time to do map select. Now, I need to double check out of you who is... Okay, so, Rizla, you are the number 1 seed. Heads or tails?
Tails.
I'm seeing a trend with people picking the heads and tails. It is tails. Would you like map or faction pick?
Faction.
You want faction first. Okay.
Yeah.
Player, what map would you like first?
Sun and Bloom.
Sun and Bloom to kick us off. The OG map.
Damn.
Okay. And Rizla, what faction would you like?
I would like to play allies.
You'd like to play allies. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to get that map all changed over in-game in just a second. Fraser, why don't you ask these lovely people some questions as well while I get things sorted here?
I mean, first thing I'm thinking about right now, Sun and Bloom. Player, you played that yesterday against Buge, and it was quite a good map for you, if I am remembering that correctly.
I want my enemy. don't play in this map and I win.
Okay, alright. So, Rizzler, Sun and Bloom, you're mentioning this is an OG map. I'm coming in here as an absolute newbie. What should I expect out of this that I might not have seen from player yesterday?
I don't know, like... I don't know, honestly. Maybe he's gonna play the IGN build.
Yeah.
So,
Did you, by any chance, watch any of the matches from last night? Did either of you watch?
Yeah, I've watched player game. Yeah.
How about you, player? Did you watch back any of the VOD from last night? Do any counter-stratting?
Fraser, ready up?
Oh, I should probably do that. Thank you.
just so I can.
Thank you.
Let's get us in the game as well, just so we can do these faction bans and get the first map on the way. And let us get that all loaded in. Oh wow, everyone else beat me here. And I'm the host. Amazing. Okay, let's go in game. Allied player, please present to me your ban.
I mean, I wanna see first what Axis bans. Okay.
Canadian First Army Band.
Okay, so I'm gonna ban Luftwaffe then.
Luftwaffe Ground Forces. Okay, both of you, very good luck. Your 5 minutes begins now.
So I'm going to be referring to my handbook of how to play this game, and specifically HOI commanders.
Okay.
From some zero.
Okay, I'm gonna throw to your perspective while I change some overlay stuff. I want to hear your opening music and hear your opening music. Yes, that's a pretty way of saying the way you speak.
Thank you. Well, you know, I think this is a wee bit better than saying, you know what, we're going to give you a wee translation tool, because some of the players probably can't understand what you're saying. So we're just going to crack on past that. And I'm going to be referring to a tier list that was made by some of the players. Effectively, it's a rating for how good or bad some of the factions are. And one of the ones that stood out for me was with the Allies banning out the 1st Canadian Army. Because, according to these players who know much more than I do, 1st Canadian Army is actually pretty bloody good.
So, I'll give you a little bit of story on that, because it's actually kind of funny. So, Canadian First Army, like, back in the day, so I did a lot of the content design, shall we say, for the mod. So, I came up with what factions, did the research, and also when we moved away from doing standard... initially, we had the in-game generals in quite a lot of the factions. We moved away with that. Canada was, I think, came in Season 2 of the mod. It was one of the early factions when we wanted to expand away from single-side focus trees, etc., etc. Because originally, there was only 3 factions per choice. You had Russians, US, and British for the, Commonwealth for the Allies, and then Japanese, German, and Italian for the Axis. But Canada was the first one I designed when we moved away from that in the initial design philosophy. And I was like, oh, this is going to be cool. It's going to be a tank faction. Historically, Canadians had some really cool they had some of the most fighting effective tanks of all the allies. Like
guard regiments.
Yeah, they were super super good. And it was also the Polish were integrated with them historically quite heavily, and they got the furthest on D-Day and things like that. And then the faction became very, very mid-tier after all of that designing for so long. So honestly, I am so happy that with the reworks that Hearts of Iron has had and the reworks that the mods had, that the elite faction spawn-ins that you get with the Canadian First make it a viable pick. However, it does mean it gets banned a lot now, so it's catch-22, I guess.
Just looking over some of these right now, and I'm already kind of picking up a couple of trends and habits. One of those being both of the players, as is standard with this, they're kicking things off with start rapid industrialization. That leads into their, essentially their industry, their infrastructure, and their logistics. Very similar to base game Hearts of Iron 4, you have the focus trees. However, for the context of this mod, it is symmetrical, or as symmetrical as you can kind of get for something like this, where you've got, your start rapid industrialization, that leads down into some other focuses for dockyards, and also for military factories. It does change depending on allies versus Axis. Obviously, the allies, you get allied factions. For the Axis, you get Axis factions, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But what we've been seeing, first and foremost, everybody starts with rapid industrialization. I've been told it's basically 1 in 1,000 you don't. So we're probably going to be expecting this is going to continue for both of them.
Yeah.
However, unlike a lot of the other maps, Navy is going to be at the forefront. And in case you can't tell, I like Navy. So I'm quite excited about that.
Yeah, I'm going to go quickly take everyone through a few key details
please.
of the map. If you've never seen Commanders, I'll also explain a little bit of how this game works. So, it's Hearts of Iron, but not as you know it. It's cut down. We're in a 1v1 matchup, Allies versus Axis, which has been beautifully explained by Fraser. But there's something a little bit different about this UI. I don't know if you've noticed. There's some orbs at the top with 500 and 500. Well, that's down to some of the ways to win. It's simple. There's 2 ways to win, really. Well, kind of a third, but we don't like to include the third, which is either you annihilate your opponent from the field, capitulate them, or you hold the majority of the victory points for the longest. Those 5 orbs represent 5 locations on the map, and it's a tug of war. Those are your life points. If they hit 0, it's game over. The VPs for this map are Malta, Crete, Benghazi, Wadan, and Gabes. Or Gabes, depending on if you're totally anglicizing it. However, Habibi, Absolute Habibi, who is a veteran of this mod as well, and some of the more all-star things that we've had in the past, he then took to casting and was always saying Gabes, and I'm like, I'm going to go with what he says, honestly, because I think you said this a lot yesterday. English pronunciation isn't our forefront.
I can't even speak English.
I wasn't going to say it, but and then the other element, and I think
you got me a translation tool.
I did, and then no one wanted it. So I didn't even connect it up today, but it felt like we would have been able to use it.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, so this... One thing I wanted to point out, it's a very recent update of the mod. This actually only came in with the most recent season. This is actually a new version of our industry tree, and this is also a new focus tree layout. They all used to be like clumped together with the industry on the right, and you basically have the choice of the center industry, the right industry, and the left industry. All of these extra little things down here didn't exist, these middle points, and Some Zero was saying in last night's game that rapid production upgrades and prioritized adaptability, a lot of these have become really paramount in a lot of the designs, and we need to get things on the go. So it is very, very exciting to see this. And then after this, we have what's known as the schools. So once you've finished all your industry, we have in the mod these schools, which you can use to research and they give you clickable decisions in the decisions panel that allow you to upgrade your generals. So it allows a little bit of extra customization on top of your faction focus trees, and it's very. I love the school idea. I really like that the guy. We had it, and I love that the guys basically. A lot of this mod is I have an idea, and then people with technical know-how build it, and I love it.
Now, I just want to take what you've said and run with it.
Okay.
One of the many joys of Hearts of Iron, and I think for a lot of Paradox titles in general, is how integrated the modding community is with the wider community. We're very fortunate that we have a very active modding scene, both on our Steam Workshop, Paradox mods, and seeing how the players are able to build these kinds of various game modes, and they're able to really cater the place out. Yes, King. Dockyards. I like that.
Yeah, I liked seeing that as well.
Yeah, and Ergo Arms Industry. But being able to see how different players are able to take the basis of the game and adjust it for what they want. As we're saying, this is a mod that has been built very much for the community, by the community. And I think it's really nice to be able to see just how integrated these mods are with the various communities and with the players. I mean, how long have you been involved with Commanders for? That's a question.
So, it's my idea. It's so this entire thing is my brainchild. This goes back to a task I was set. So, Commanders has had 3 names in its history.
Yep.
It's now Commanders, HOI Commanders. I feel like that's its best naming convention. Before that, we had Commanders in Conflict, because we wanted it to sound like a mobile game a little bit. And, all of them are multiple words. Legends of the Storm, League of Legends. So we went Commanders in Conflict as like a bit of a, give it that sort of tongue twister. And you could bring it down to being called CIC, which you'll notice in some of the coding. If you look in the debug mode, things are still called CIC.
I've seen CIC.
So that's what it means. It's Commanders in Conflict.
I see.
But originally, this was myself and a wonderful modder by the name of Featherus, who works on many of the best Hearts of Iron mods out there. Also, the game paused, and I don't know why the game paused. So I'm going to unpause. And me and Featherus sat down, and basically we were given a task by a company, a competitive show running company that was around at the time, by the name of Speed 5, and they say, hey, we need a Hearts of Iron event. We want a Hearts of Iron event. Can you put one together? And I was like, I can put one together, but we can't do it in HOI, like base HOI. We're going to need something different. So I roped Featherus in and said, hey, we need to create a quick HOI scenario. And this map is what we came up with, because the original name for Commanders in Conflict, before it had its naming, was Duel in the Desert.
Ooh,
and it was meant to replicate. And it was meant to replicate the Desert War, so the German side. So the weirdness one is the Japanese and the Russians being existed, but the two design foundations of the Allied, US and UK or the Commonwealth forces, and the German and Italian forces was all based on the North Africa front. And it was just like a cut-down North Africa campaign. Leonard was a player in it. He came up with this really brilliant US 12th strategy, which ended up getting called the Church of Leonard for a while. Dankus was playing it. Lots of people. Me, Tommy K, and I believe Count Christo were the casters for it. And it was the first time I was ever in Stockholm proper. No, sorry, it was the second time I was ever in Stockholm, but it was the first time I was there on a work behalf. It was December 2022. And that was the true birth of this esportsy competitive format of Hearts of Iron.
So, couple of things I want to highlight here that I'm already noticing right away. Allied, they're going for dispersed industry. I spoke with some very reputable sources who I will not name. It was Leonard. He mentioned you do not go dispersed industry if you're going tanks. If you're going tanks, you're going concentrated, because you're generally not going to be adjusting the production lines. But it might have been the complete opposite. I can't remember. It was 10 o'clock at night.
No,
but anyway,
I think that sounds about right.
Yeah, so we'll go with that. The second thing, if you're going aircraft, survivability studies as well as cannons, is that way you can try and get some decent air up. Air is very important, especially for this map. We can already see that the Allies, they are looking at doing a landing onto Crete to take Crete nice and early on. That's really important because it's one of the victory points in this map, and as well, it's fairly close to Alexandria. So I imagine both sides are going to be trying to contest that as quickly as they can. But I think it's really going to be on the Allies to try and maintain that nice and early, I think.
So one of the things I want to talk about earlier, we are seeing some very standard stuff on our end in terms of production. Axis, however, not really putting anything into... They've got the one shipyard, so I think we are going to see... Now, we're getting some conversion going, so the production adaptability. So we're about to see their production lines change, where they'll not lose that, because I believe it's only a 10-day time that buff takes place for you to be able to switch them once. So that's when we'll see. We are seeing them build destroyers as well. So I think we are going to see an Imperial Japanese Navy pick here. And it's player in the same place as well with the Imperial Japanese Navy. We might see that carrier next to Crete to block the landing. Again, so it's all going to be down to Rizla on the Allies to come up with something new. And I think they're going to be falling into the same trap. I feel like they're setting up a naval invasion. And I don't know that we're going to see a counter to that. US forces coming in, though.
I think they're going US 12. I think they're going to go US 12 because we have spoken about that before. The US Marine Corps, USMC, they're really good. They also get an atomic bomb, which can be really good. But I'm also thinking here, yes, the Marines are good. It's a logical, rational thing to go for here. But we're in the semi-finals right now, and if we're going to see something a wee bit, willy-nilly, I reckon probably the US 12th Army Group, from what I know, it's really good, especially for motorization.
Yes. Yes. The US 12th Army sits in a really nice spot in the mod. It is the nearest comparable, I believe, is probably the Italian 1st. Italian 1st does it slightly better these days, but the US 12th's design is essentially a tree designed to be the middle ground for everything. You get decent infantry, you get some tanks, you get some soft attack breakthrough, you get a bit of CAS, you also get research for towed rocket artillery, so you get a lot of breakthrough. And also, did you know, Fraser, there's a hidden tech? If you tech Detroit Arsenal first, which is gives you improved tank upgrades. It upgrades the tanks you get for the tank spawn in. I
did know that because somebody mentioned that yesterday.
Nice.
I can't remember who it was,
but
someone mentioned it.
I like that option. Like, it means we're going to see a heavy ground force invasion probably from them. However, I think we might see a USMC. I'm gonna counter our.
You think so?
Yes, because they get Doolittle's Raiders as well, which is you get 2 aircraft carriers and a battleship as added to your fleet. Plus, and it's being locked in front of my very eyes. So I feel vindicated right this second.
I'm gonna rain on your parade. All right, I'm gonna pee on your Cheerios with this because players going for Royal Italian Army. He's probably then gonna go for the 1st Italian Army.
Yes, I would probably agree there. Nope, it's going Army of the Po. Oh my gosh, we're seeing an Army of the Po lock in. Okay. I need to take a moment to break down these trees. This is going to be really interesting. And let's start with Army of the Po. Armata del Po, or what it was formerly known in the mod as Army of the Poo, because this was the worst faction in the entire game until a certain world champion by the name of Mohammed came up with a little bit of an extra strategy, which was an adaptation from, I believe, his 4th Army Wehrmacht strategy, where he used light tanks and medium tanks to push through. Basically, this is a heavy motorized build. You get submarines, which is nice, and you do get the breakout fleet, because that's now shared between the Italians. The breakout fleet actually only used to be on 1st Army. It's now both. But you get these things called the fast cores. It's thousands of trucks. You get Alfa Romeo truck production and fighter production. You get motorized divisions. Basically, this is gotta go fast. I'm trucking to Alexandria. Like, this is what it is. This is all about speed, and you get so many speed bonuses. And it's also less fuel consumption. Look at that on establish the fast course. army fuel consumption negative 50%. So your supply weight through this desert is going to be so much lower.
So essentially, we've got the Italians who are going Speedy Gonzalez versus the other guys who are going with the Marines, Doolittle's Raiders, like you were saying.
Yeah. And I think it's going to be a case of, Doolittle's Raiders going in. We've got the B-17s. We got you get the strat bombers. Long range bombers are really also quite useful on the land here, especially with the long air zones. Having higher range, really good. A lot of the other casters were talking about that yesterday. But you get really good marine divisions. The island hopping equipment as well comes with an amphibious tank division spawn in at 40 width, which you'll take the islands. So I think is what's happened here. Player has gone, okay, Rizla has watched my game from yesterday.
Because we were talking about that.
Where I forced Crete. I'm going to do something different. Of course, he's going to have a Navy 2 contest at some point, but he's relying on winning the land now to lull Rizla into picking, say, US Marine Corps, which is really good for taking these islands.
Yeah,
but it's not gonna be as well suited for the land invasion, and we are just a month away from war now, so that's going to be really, really exciting to see. I'm pumped. I'm super pumped.
And we have been talking about that as well. We're talking a lot about Crete, but there's also Malta.
Yep.
So there are 2 major landing points that would need to be taken. But if you're focusing so heavily on those, you are disregarding, or it will come at the cost of that land offensive that is going to have to come across with Gabes, looking over towards Wadam and Benghazi.
So one thing I also should mention and talk about, which doesn't get mentioned a lot when we're talking about the upgrades of this mod. So every VP comes with a boatload of resources on it. They are resource-heavy locations. For the naval VPs, it's not just about holding them so that you're getting the VP points, but you need to secure the ocean around them to be able to get the resources as easy, and to make sure that you don't get cut off from supply and all sorts. So taking 2 of these island VPs uncontested, you don't want to leave it for too long, because that's over 100 oil and about 70 in every other resource type. It means your industry is going to go on unchecked. Contesting leaving any VP uncontested, it's a risk. It's a real risk in the mod. We are now just 2 days away from the war declaring. So, and I think we're going to see a massive rush out from the Axis and probably a naval movement from the Allies. That's initially what we're going to have.
I want to highlight the Navy here for the Allies. It is almost twice the size of the Axis. We're looking at 49 vessels, 2 carriers, 1 battleship, 1 heavy cruiser, 3 light cruisers, 29 destroyers. They have a lot of shit.
Yep.
Now, in contrast to that, I think it is going to come down to, okay, are the Allies, I think they're going to do a bit of a combined offensive here, where they're going to be looking at kind of advancing up and across. You can see them. They've got the cavalry. They've got some horses. No camels.
I need to
budget cuts.
I need to take over and look at some of the Italian. So I've got here the Italian template for their new fast core. They've actually half and halved it. They've removed a load of the trucks from it and added their infantry to it. So now it's not going super fast. It's going pretty fast. But it is an odd 36 width division. And look at them smash their way through the desert. They haven't run out of supply yet. They're starting to get out of fuel now. They're not going to be anywhere close to Wadan. But the thing is, the forces that are going to be on the line for Wadan for Rizla are going to be so much worse than these massively chunky motorized divisions. And do you know what it's going to be? They've got speed. They're going to be able to create encirclements. They're going to be able to just draw the line a bit faster. Now, we also need to remember that VPs are fallen. I think the Allies managed to get both islands. No. They've
just the one.
But they could get Malta right now. They really could, and start a 4 VP blade early. That just cuts down players' time to act massively if they do that.
The entire Allied fleet is one smorgasbord of a fleet. They are just operating straight out the central Mediterranean Sea. They are not split up into little subsections. They are all out there, and to me, what that is telling me right now, well, they basically just want to completely contest Malta. They just don't want anything going anywhere near that. The other benefit for that is they are also going to be operating relatively close to their land forces, so they could also be providing the shore bombardment bonuses later on if they'd like to try and do something like that. But it's a really nice setup and I guess template for their navy. I don't think. Yeah, I honestly don't see them wanting to contest that anytime soon. They don't have the numbers. I think the biggest concern, they don't have any carriers.
No.
So I'm looking at this. They don't have an admiral assigned yet, so they're training. They're basically just trying to get those units up to a slightly higher level before they do anything.
I'm currently looking at the
I see you.
The production of the allies, right?
Yep.
And they've got these tanks now in production that they've grabbed from Detroit Arsenal. It's like, okay, they are going to building their tanks. So they've actually slipped a few of them into a 36 width template that they've got on the front line here. They flipped these live. They've got 36 width. They're pretty well trained. They're not up to regulars, but I think that's going to be really good. They've got those currently holding the VPs. They're like being used essentially as a defensive. And then we have a little probing attack going in from the allied player, just seeing what's up with that cavalry brigade, and they're holding back. I like this. Both players now waiting for their supply lines to connect up. We're seeing the arterial vein here of railways be connecting the two VPs, and okay, players are really at the moment in the meta of the mod. The players currently hate investing IC in anything other than military factories. They convert away their civs. On this map, they're forced to not. However, I find that currently players make one line connecting their industry and everything to such a thin front that can just be cut off midway down the North African coastline.
To be fair,
we saw it though in the player game, like where this whole section was lost because you can't defend this coast. So if all of your supply is going across one railroad that's just tucked at the back of the map, it's so easy to cut. It's so easy to cut.
To be fair, neither of us are playing in the semi-finals of the HOI Commanders World Championship. So, I mean, I'm going to take, the back seat on this one. I'm going to say, you know what, I reckon, let's see how things go for now. I think you've got a really good point. But I guess it comes down to the pros and cons of how much do you want to invest into that.
Yeah.
Looking at the land offensive, it looks like it's ground to a wee halt for a second there. Yeah. As you were saying, the Axis units, they are chunky boys. We are talking thick with two C's. On the other hand, the Allies, it's looking a wee bit more oopsie-daisy.
Yeah, and I'm starting to worry a little bit. At this point, our allied players should be recognizing that there is a VP open. Malta still hasn't been taken. Why am I not sending troops to go also secure Malta to start a 4-point VP bleed? Because this remaining neutral does not help anyone. It just means right now it's a 3-1 rather than a 4-1. This will be the timer here that says, okay, it will take 128 days before victory. That would cut down to about 160, if I'm correct, and just by putting one division here on Malta. Which, again, you don't want your foe to build up. You do not want the Axis to get the upper hand on building up, and it's going to take you, one division? One of these just rearguard divisions? It worries me.
Let's be frank for a second. The Axis fleet is doing fuck all.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Granted, I think that's the right call right now, because if they were to go out...
Sorry, I've got to cut in. There is an offensive happening now from the Axis. The Axis have started maneuvering. They're going to try and attack this mountain supply area. They're just a little bit of probing attack, but with the fuel being cut down. So I don't know if you've also seen, when this map spawns, there are two mountains here and here, either side of Wadan, which spawn in with a supply point. Nothing else is connected. So these mountains are what I like to call pivot points on this map. So we'll see a lot of people try to attack these rather than, say, the VP themselves, because hitting the supply point means you control the area. And again, we're seeing another probing offensive coming in. And I think right now what is struggling for the Italian fast corps is enemy air superiority. Yes, we've got an aerial and that is those strategic bombers and tactical bombers that come in with Doolittle's Raiders being used on land. They've been stripped. All the planes have been stripped off of the ships, and yeah, they are hammering the front line.
One other component that you're missing to that is the fact that the Axis aren't contesting with any aircraft at all. Like there's nothing up there. So the Allies, they're able to basically just rain down, basically whatever they want. They're having the time of their lives, for all intents and purposes here.
Yeah, they do have Alfa Romeo, so they should be able to make some fighters, but they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they haven't gained them. We're seeing a lot of industry focus coming in here from player.
Break. There is a naval invasion being prepped for Malta. I've just taken a wee look. It looks like both players are now at their naval peak at the minute. The Allies, they've got naval supremacy over Central Mediterranean. They don't really need to move anything past that. They can basically just sit tight there. There isn't going to be a contest for that landing. On the other hand, the Axis, I think at this point, I don't really know what more they can do about it, and I think they're probably doing the right thing by just saying, fuck it.
I would also like to point out that the Axis do have a subtle general advantage in fighting in this terrain. So the field marshal for the Axis battle line is Rodolfo Graziani, and he is a desert fox,
look at him.
so he has extra desert movement, attack, and defense coming on in against the Allies, who I don't think they get a desert fox in this scenario. No, they do get a jungle rat though with Joseph Stilwell. I like that the US still currently in the mod. So we got about halfway through a general redesign for most of the mods. So some of the factions have special unique generals, others do not. So I'm always really weirded out when I suddenly see, wait, that's a historical character.
So again, this is such a choice. They're doing a one division, and this is probably one of the few instances where you can say something like this in Hearts of Iron 4. The Allies are launching a naval invasion onto Malta with a single cavalry division that's fresh out of training. They're not even finished, ready to go, but they think it's going to be a success.
I'm cutting in again because the Axis are making a push on the entire front line. We've got a last stand coming in from the Allies, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. Look at these stats. We've got over 500 attack on each of these divisions. The air is still up, but we got attacking from multiple sides. They did get a reinforce, I think, with... Oh, that is one of the bigger... divisions. Also, the breakout fleet has just spawned for the Axis. If you want to go take a look at that, that is the extra battleships. They might be able to go toe to toe now with the USMC.
Hold up.
Yes?
We need to look over at Malta because the invasion has begun. Again, I'm basically looking to see what are not necessarily what the Allies are doing, what's the Axis going to do about it? Because Malta's now been taken.
Oh my gosh, you just saw it on my screen. I don't know if it was too small to read, but it went from 280 days to 160 days now till victory. But we are seeing a breakthrough. We are seeing a breakthrough here in the desert. The trucks are going. Wadan has fallen. The VPs have flipped. And this is the thing about the fast core. Once you start routing, you should be able to start encircling. We're going to see a unit get trapped in the mountains here, and we might be able to see an encirclement coming in. We've got 2 divisions, 3 divisions that might get trapped depending on how fast these trucks move. We see the activation of the command extra supplies coming in, using that command points to get those extra supplies in. And yes, there's 3 divisions encircled. What size divisions are these? I will find out shortly. But that is going to be some huge losses there for the Allies.
Wow.
Losing 3 divisions right there. And now the pivot point, the extra supply area, that is now under threat again. However, what we might see, this happens quite a lot. If this assault fails, the Axis player just pull back, does it again, starts cutting away, just like a surgeon with a scalpel, just slow encirclements, taking 2 divisions, 3 divisions. The Marine Corps has spawned in for the Allies. Not going to do too much here in the desert. They do get bonuses across rivers, but I don't know if you know, this area not exactly full of water. Elegalia is now holding as well as that pivot point. Not getting the pivot point does suck, but it's nice to see that the Axis are still in supply. Let's have a look at their logistics, though. Oh, they're down 1,000 trucks. That's quite bad. They get really cheap truck production. If I remember, if I'm not mistaken, production cost for these trucks is 1.
One.
It is easier to build a truck than it is bandages. Which I don't know what that says about the Italian healthcare system in this timeline, but it's clearly.
I think what you're saying is what Italian healthcare system.
Drink this motor oil, you'll be fine. Yeah, I love that push. That was a really nice push.
Yes.
And the VP bleed, we're now back up to 200 days. You've bought yourself some more time. That's excellent to see. Now, I'd love to see what the Axis player is thinking of doing with this breakout fleet. It is training. We are starting to see that is what is this? 4 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers,
they have
5 light cruisers. That might be enough, honestly, to tackle with the aircraft carriers.
I would agree, especially given the fact that so far the Allied player has also been using a fair amount of his aircraft focused on land, including those carrier fighters and bombers.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm going to be looking at this and thinking, well, you know what? 61 ships for the Allies, they've had the advantage. They haven't really done too much with it because they haven't had to at this point because there hasn't really been any naval engagement. And I think the focus thus far has been very much on the land. What are they going to be doing about motor and creep? Because, again, it's all about controlling the momentum and the pace of the game here. I think player has been doing a really good job at, again, controlling that push and controlling the aggression. Took some land, pushed on towards Wadan, didn't overextend, and didn't needlessly cost themselves any divisions or as much equipment. So I think overall that's been quite good. We are, again, seeing some probing attacks coming across on the desert, but...
What I will say, however, on the land, just from my experience of seeing this mod, Garbez and Benghazi are not easy to hold. They are really, really difficult VPs to hold. So as soon as you get to Wadan, and if you get this close, so if we see Elegalia fall, we will most likely see Benghazi fall. Yes, it could be supplied from the water and you can throw troops in here, but by the fact that it just leaves the path to the base completely open, you see these supply lines here. Again, if this gets cut, you will see Benghazi get encircled, and that will put too much pressure on the Allied player, so much so that their islands are not going to help. So I really like this ground taken, but we need to see movement in about the next 75 days, because you'll need about 100 days to make Benghazi fall. So it's now really, the ball is in player's court, the momentum is in his favor. We've just got to see what he does with it. And again, it's going to come down to a good fleet engagement, I think, to possibly change up the supply, or just saving up these command powers. We're seeing this tick up. He needs, what is this, a 70 for another shot of extra supply?
Yeah.
And he's on 43. So that's going to be, basically 70 days is going to be his go time.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing these ships are essentially, they're just training, trying to get up. And I think that does make a lot of sense when you're looking at it with the experience level. It's a little bit more different from Navy compared to Army, where Army, unless you push out the division before it's ready, they'll always start at level 2, no negative modifier, unless obviously if you push them out early they get green. With boats, the moment that you put them out, even if you spend the entire time training them, they're always on level 1 fresh, and it sucks.
I think here's the pivot. I think what we're seeing now is fighters are now in production for our Axis player. I think securing the extra materials from Wadan, getting the extra aluminium and rubber, we're seeing them just now pump the priority of the factories towards fighters. I mean, there's going to be a lot of catch-up, but even if they contest yellow air in this desert, now that they've got the central pivot point, they have the airbase in Tripoli, I feel like that they are going to be able to make a push. I like that pivot. I think that's a really good factor. They are currently really struggling with trucks. They are building now the Truck Mark II, though, instead of Truck Mark 1, so some of these is going to be upgrades rather than changeover. And I think what we might see is, I think all these divisions that are in the field. Whoa. Hello.
What are you seeing? What do your L5 see?
One of these divisions has motorized artillery in. That could be very... And yeah, none of these frontline divisions have standard troops in. They're all trucks. And some of them are huge 36 width truck infantry. Others are ones with artillery as well for breaking through. Those are going to be scary. And, the Amtrak tank. The Amtrak tank is now on the front line as well. This is the set piece for the USMC.
Yeah.
This is a big division, a very hard division. Almost 20 armor, 600 defense, a lot of soft attack. The thing is, it's not the fastest. It's not the fastest, and it's not got really any benefit because there's no rivers. However, if you stuck that on Malta, Malta's never falling.
Hold up, I want to highlight something. If we just look over towards the Axis perspective, you'll notice if you look just to the Never Eat Shredded Wheat, just to the west of Al Agalar, there is an empty tile. There's 2 empty tiles. And I think that's a gambit. That's a bait right there, because there's actually 3 motorized divisions just up the road in a couple tiles away. And I think they're using that to try and leave open an opportunity for the Allied. Try and push on through. It's absolutely clear, mate. No, it's not.
Yeah, absolutely. We see this a lot with across the Rhine near Antwerp.
Yep.
There is a little pocket there that you can get in like the Utrecht area. That's very, very. I like that. That's a really good bait. I don't know that our players are going to fall for that kind of bait this early on, unless there's pressure on the line elsewhere. But we are seeing an Allied probe. We're seeing that tank put into action. Whoa! 1,300 attack from that tank probe. That's doing some damage. What are you seeing?
Axis.
Fleet.
The boats are out. They finished training. They haven't moved them up yet, but I imagine they will be relatively soon.
Manually holding position right now.
Yes, and that's really important, because that means they're already out of port. It's going to reduce the amount of time that it takes.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, at the same time.
You stick on that. Stick on that.
Player, not only did the railway just finish, but at the exact same time, a port just finished here. So the supply situation on the front line, so much better. We are seeing an Allied probing attack, though, and they're putting out a lot of damage with those Marines, hitting from 2 directions. That tank is being used really well. However, they're moving it up. This could be attacks from 3 or 4 directions. We're seeing a forced attack come in and instantly turned off again. That might have been a misclick if that's not still on from our Allied player. Be aware that if something is using forced attack, they will deplete so much more of their strength and org to get this job done, and you'll lose a lot of resources. If that was on the elite divisions, the Marines and the tank, that's going to be significant losses, and we might be about to see a bit of a pushback. Yes, we've seen a retreat there. Are they going to try, or are they going to try and dig in? I think they are going to try it. I think they're going to not press, but is what I would do. I would pin here and start hitting Alligator, which we're seeing. We're exactly seeing that. Start pinning. Yeah, no, not quite ready yet. This Marine tank is just holding too hard. 110 days now left of combat.
So, something else to look at with boats. You've got the Allied submarines sitting just off the coast there, off the coast of, I guess, the shores of Tripoli. And they're sitting there for recce. They are, one of the things that you can do with this is you can set them right off the coast and they get some general intel, which means the Allies can see, okay, is there anybody sitting in Tripoli right now? There is. They're stopping any potential naval invasion. But if if the people left this, they could potentially go for it. Up and at them. You want to talk about that?
The nuclear option has been taken in. So one of the things that we're slowly doing with this mod is we're removing some of the historical characters from it because...
Oh, naval battle!
We got
naval battle. Yeah, okay. On my screen right now, the boys are going in. Unlike the Battle of Jutland, they're actually kicking things off. And I am loving this right now.
That's some serious losses on both sides for the destroyers and subs. Axis coming off slightly worse there, but there's a heavy cruiser that looks like it's about to go under the ocean. And it does! Allied heavy cruiser down. The carriers have only just entered the battle and they've got no screening. Yeah. The carriers might be about to go.
They've got to pull off!
Oh, God,
there's no way.
Okay, the carriers did escape. So 1 heavy cruiser, 30 destroyers, to 1 light cruiser, 33 destroyers and 9 subs. Oh no!
And a heavy cruiser!
Oh no! Just as I was saying it, the heavy cruiser goes down, and that was almost a battleship as well. Oh, both players need to disengage. Both of these fleets need to lick their wounds.
It's kicking off again. It's going back again. They're going back again.
Another Allied heavy cruiser. Oh no!
Oh, and again, it's going again. And a battleship's gone down.
On which side? Which side? Which side?
The Allies. Allies lost it.
Allies
The
lost it.
Allies, they are...
So that's all screening gone. All heavy screening is gone from the Allied fleet. It's just the
And another one.
cruiser. But no, the Axis just lost 3 of their battleships. I have never been so on the edge of my seat for naval battles. Meanwhile, there's movement on the land. The pivot point has been encircled. The supply hub has been encircled, and we've got maneuvering. Another forced attack coming in for the Allied. There is a lot going on right now, and we might be about to see a small rout of the front line. The supply has been completely cut from that supply hub. That now needs to change hands. We will see that gap be closed. This is the benefit of all this motorized in the desert. It moves really fast, and we're going to see a counter click here. We might see Elegalia fall. They're trying to break out the encirclement. Now goes in the attack here. This is going to really weaken these divisions. Their HP is just going to drip, drown. But we might see... Oh, no, we got a reinforcement in as well. This is really well played, but this might turn into a counter encirclement. If they're not careful, they need to be careful with these pinning actions. But here we go. Yeah, no, we're seeing a push out. We are seeing a push out, and we might see an encirclement of Elegalia, and this is going to be a big, major flip in the battle. I think too much of the attention was paid to the naval battles by the Allies, and it's left them in. Elegalia has fallen. Elegalia has fallen. That means these 3 divisions, now 2 divisions on the pivot point, they are doomed to die, and it's all now a push for Benghazi. Player has come alive with 70 days left to flip this bleed, to take this VP and switch the game up.
So they completely lost their entire navy for the Axis. They went down to 3 ships left there. Allies, they could lick their wounds, but just then they got an Italian reinforcement flotilla. They're back up to about 18 ships. You know what I reckon they just did there? They just chucked the boys out. They said, fuck it, on you go, lads. Crack on, have a good time.
So I believe that Italian flotilla as well that you get from Army of the Po is submarines, which now that there's no major fleet going around, it means you can raid and drain the resources to those 2 island VPs and stop those troops coming back off of there and rejoining the army. Also, a lot of the supply is going to be coming in navally in a moment for Benghazi, so being able to choke it with those submarines is fantastic. And now, look at this. The supply line for the entirety of the Allied army has been taken by the Axis. We're seeing that encirclement. This is the risk of leaning one supply line. It's now only naval supply that's coming into this pocket, and we're going to see an encirclement at Benghazi right this second. Benghazi might be open. No, it's not. Okay, but there we have minor encirclement, minor overruns. This is the speed.
Minor!
I am speed. I am Lightning McQueen. If Benghazi falls, all of these units, including that Allied key piece of that Amtrak tank, is dead. They need to be pulling out of that Amtrak tank. There needs to be on Benghazi itself. It needs to hold. They need to stop attacking out of there, stop wasting the little supply. Also, the airbase is in there, but we're seeing a counter push. We're seeing them go for a counter click.
They're liking it.
No, this is a bait. This is a bait. There's 1 division that's been left behind that's under 92, and look, this might end up as an overrun. Okay, no, the battle didn't end in time. It didn't get as an overrun, but this is what I mean. Benghazi is not easy to hold. It's really hard to see, but even though these are mountains here, because of how weak the supply is, this is hard to hold. But time is ticking away. 47 days. The Allied are just going to try and throw everything they've got into holding Benghazi right now. And they know it. They know it. They know that it comes down to this.
Yeah, there's just nothing else left on the board. I think it's just going to come down to a brute force tactic at this state. The Navy, it doesn't matter. It's gone. It has to be focus on the land. Push straight across. Try and grab as much as they can. Try and push towards Alexandria. But Benghazi's just holding steady for the moment.
Yeah, it will with 3 divisions in there. That is going to hold. It's going to come down to timings and essentially counter-clicking. Pinning action so they don't get reinforcements, and we're seeing a small change in tactic. 1 division being sent towards Tobruk, just trying to limit that supply even more. Also, let's take a look at the air situation currently. Yeah, the Allied have complete air control. That's going to be what flips. I think is what you want to see. Unfortunately, the airbase for Benghazi is right next to it. So, they're going to be pretty secure there for the time being. It's going to come down to player making a mistake in the 35 days. But these are some green bubbles. These are some green bubbles. And if you can get some cutoffs, that's going to be good. I would like to see these 2 units. Yep, they're getting engaged now. Okay, try and drain the supply, because what you can see is as soon as you try to do some defensive clicks, if you get counter-clicked, it's just going to waste down your supply. And these green bubbles that look like they're going to be positive defenses, positive wins, could flip because the other battle loses. So this isn't over, but 30 days, it's going to be tight. It's going to be really, really tight. Cypher's
Yeah.
broken. Oh no, the ally just broke the Axis Cypher. That might be the nail in the coffin. That might be too much intel advantage to break this defense. The forced attack is a weird one though, because again, it's losing a lot of the supplies.
Ooh, extra supplies. Allies now going on to extra supplies. Just try and hold that line just a wee bit longer. Oh, actually, sorry. No,
That's
I'm
on
looking
the
at the
Axis, yeah, no.
Axis are doing that.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies about that.
We're
they're-
seeing pressure put on the base. I like that as an attempt, but it's going to come down to Benghazi. It's just 22 days. Even if the
Yeah.
allied player loses its entire base, they won't get capitulated because they have 3 VPs. Sorry, they won't get capitulated. Oh, that was an overrun. Oh no, one of the Axis trucks just got overrun there in the mountains.
Oh
But
no!
we're seeing a green bubble on Benghazi. Oh, it's going to be so close. This is
17
both
days.
both
Look at
play-
Alexandria! Look at Alexandria! They're just going in!
Yep.
They're winging it!
Oh, Benghazi! He got retreated! He got retreated out. Oh, the truck's going to get there in time. They did! They stopped the bleed! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Come on!
So 1 tile away from Cairo right now. The truck's going straight on in. They couldn't take
They
Alexandria.
need to
There's one
reinforce
guy in there.
Benghazi. He needs to reinforce Benghazi right now. Oh my gosh. Oh, he got clicks out as well. He got meme clicks out, but he does a pinning action. This is huge. These divisions here, they're completely out of supply. And the Axis. What?
Oh! Yeah, the...
What just happened?
I don't know.
Axis won.
Yeah, they took
Yeah.
Cairo.
Wait, no.
They took all...
What was it's not a capitulation. I think that's a surrender. The third way to win. I'm looking at it. The Allies are still in this. That said Axis victory. I think Pezio, sorry, Rizzler just threw in the towel.
Huh?
Because Benghazi fell, he flipped the
Yeah.
VPs, and then Rizzler looked at his base and went, I can't come back from this now. I'm just going to be on the islands. I can't make any more troops.
Do me a favour.
It's just going to be a slow bleed.
Let's look at Cairo for a minute. And the back end, the Allied heartland. It's a mess.
I need a minute.
You need a minute.
I need a minute and a cigarette, and I don't smoke. Like it's like that was what a game. What a game. All right, let's go back to us. That ending was textbook. Commanders on the edge of your seat moments.
That was a mess. For all intents and purposes, I think, and that's where I always find so much intrigue for watching the players when they're doing this. The actual micro involved for all of those wee things that are going on. It's insane.
Yeah, huge turnaround, huge victory there.
Yeah.
I love that from both the players. Good effort on both of them. Such a close match. It came down to the wire, and then, as well as it's quite shocking to see the ally player give up with the surrender button there, it makes sense.
Yep.
Like their entire industrial base had been taken. They'd lost
So-
the VP. The bleeds had tucked. So they were essentially encircled units and 2 islands. And when you have those islands, you can't deploy any more troops. It's not your core. So they'd be trying to retake everything from what they got, and it would just be a slow bleed. It's a clear victory. Really well played. Let's talk to both our players and get on with the next map select.
Just whilst you're sorting that out, I took a wee look at the summary there. 445,000 casualties for the Allies, 186,000 for the Axis. Like, that is mad.
GG's. Hello. So Rizzler,
Hi.
as the loser, you now get the next map pick. What would you like?
I would like to play Across the Rhine.
Across the Rhine.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yes.
we're going for the old school trio maps. If only Nanshin Ron was available for the third match, if it goes to a third match. However, that's now a 2v2 map because everybody hated it. Okay, player, what faction would you like?
Alias.
Allies, no problem. I'm going to get the game hosted. Fraser, why don't you ask our players some questions?
Okay, well, first and foremost, that was chaotic at the end. What were you guys thinking going into that? Like, did you expect it would become so chaotic?
I don't know. I think. I mean, I should be able to hold Benghazi. I mean,
Hmm.
with the cast, but it went wrong way. Sadly, I mean, I had to hold
Yeah.
like 1 month or something like that.
Hmm.
It got down to 28 days before game over when the VPs flipped.
Looking over at the naval battle there, what was the plan for you, player? Did you intend to do anything with your navy other than just throw them at the allied navy?
We need navy political. Yeah.
Hmm.
My English.
It's okay. My English is horrible as well. From what I could tell, it looked like you were using your navy to just try and distract Rizzler for as long as you could there.
Yeah, I was muted. Can you ask again?
Yeah, of course. I was just saying that with the naval battle towards the end, it looked like player was just throwing the Axis navy out at your navy to try and just distract you from what was going on the land.
Yeah. Okay, let me join.
If I want win navy, I be pick Japan, but
Yeah.
I think it's Bori. Armata Depot. It's funny. It's content.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I would never expect Armata on this map. Like,
Every game is up.
Okay.
it's,
How about you, Midge? Do you have any questions you want to be asking right now?
Questions? No. Other than I'm very excited to see the next matchup. We're going now into like a very classic map.
Yeah.
Rizzler, again, this is your map pick. How confident are you on Across the Rhine? Like, what is it your number one map, or are you leaving your number one map for possibly the final game?
I mean, yeah, that's my favorite map. Yeah. The Across the Rhine.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, if we can already up, we'll do the picks, the bans,
Ready.
and then we're going to take an extended setup pause so that people can use the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay.
Unless player has already gone.
Yeah, he went to the toilet.
Oh, he went already. Okay, so
Fair enough.
we'll keep chatting here then. Yeah, I'm excited. So, Rizzler, how confident are you that this is going to go to a game 3?
I don't know, honestly. I'm nervous right now, so.
Oh, what's there to be nervous about? This is the game that you have been sitting down and playing for months at this point. Like, surely you should feel quite confident at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I got beaten by F-tier faction on the very allied-sided map, so.
Yeah.
Honestly, you're not the first time that Army of the Po has crushed on that map. It's one of those secret picks for that kind of map. I've seen it done with both Army of the Po and with 4th Army of Wehrmacht. Mohammed was like king of doing that, right? And that was like the tactic he used. Do you remember when, Rizzler, you might remember the paratrooper meta for that map where people used to paradrop, like one day paradrop on.
Yeah. From Benghazi to the Malta,
Yeah. So that tactic was the way to counter that. So, that made a little bit of a comeback today, which it was quite cool to see some old strategies being pulled out. Whilst players are away, what do you think they're going to ban?
North Finland group or First Army.
You think North Finland group or First Army? Okay. Be very interested to see one they ban. Okay.
I am going to quickly consult my plan for what are the best
your
factions to play.
Yep.
Yeah, from Seagull. They're going to be playing in the second match.
Yep.
Later on today. North Finland group is apparently S tier, and it's one of the reasons why it kept getting banned yesterday.
Yep.
What is North Finland group good at, and why do people ban it?
For first 2 months, there is a snow on the map, right? And you get plus 30 attack on the snow, so
Yeah.
you can
That's
basically
fair.
fast game the opponent.
Yeah. And I guess with a map like across the Rhine, you've got more opportunities for more of a fast-paced approach, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going. Yeah, player is already so.
Yeah, that's fair. Well,
I'm here.
Hello,
welcome back.
Ready up. Let us get in game and we'll do the bans. Okay.
Yeah.
So Canada was banned, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, allied player, please make your ban.
Yeah, 12 army.
Okay. And North Finland group.
North Finland group. Okay. Good luck. Get ready. Your 5 minutes build up now starts now.
Okay. So North Finland group, fair enough. We've just spoken about that. The 12th, US 12th Army group, we saw that last game being brought out. They went down the route for US Marine Corps, but as we discussed, they also had what was the other one they had available? It was the So the US 12th Army group, that was mostly focused around like motorized infantry, motorized vehicles, motorized artillery, that kind of stuff.
What
Is it?
US 12? No, it's foot soldiers and tanks. It is, but it's in the
okay.
middle, and it gives you rocket artillery as an upgrade. It's kind of, you get a bit of CAS, you get a bit of tanks, you get a bit of infantry. It's it's just very good at sort of middle of everything. It's middle of the road faction. I'm going to quickly just update all of the overlays, and I'm also going to quickly apologize to everybody in the audience. Apparently, the Stinger transition is quite loud. And I don't know how to change the volume of that without remaking the Stinger right this second, which isn't something I can fix whilst we're live, at least right now, and streaming, unless you know of a way, Fraser.
I actually do.
Ooh.
I just can't remember it right
Okay,
now.
you know
So
what?
I'm gonna check. I know
No,
how.
you keep casting. I'll give it a Google if it's possible. I clicked the wrong button for a moment there, and the short format just went a little crazy. Let me get the overlays sorted, and then we'll come back.
The other thing I would say is I would also understand if we just get rid of the Stinger from now and just use
maybe just use fades.
I would much rather we use something simple like a fade rather than deafen people.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it might work. So I'll set that up.
Just for anybody who's watching right now, don't forget to follow and click the like button if you want us to not deafen you.
Yeah, that's your price. That is your price. I've turned the fades for now.
And so for now, let's just look over towards this map. Across the Rhine, I was first introduced to it yesterday, and I really enjoy the layout of it. Something that I've been learning about the Commanders mod, and there's a number of different maps, different kind of styles of play. Some of them are a little bit wider, and kind of focus more around or emphasize deep battle. Other maps like this one, it is a little bit more clustered in, a little bit more condensed, and can sometimes be a little bit more amenable to a fast, aggressive action. So this map specifically, you're looking at 3 main victory points, those being Amsterdam, Koen, and Frankfurt. Towards those, from what I remember, Cologne or Koen is kind of like the main focal point. Generally speaking, Amsterdam and Frankfurt can get taken relatively quickly, but Koen tends to be the one
Which is
right in the middle.
That's odd because that's the one that, honestly, Frankfurt has always been the hardest to like sort of take. That's been the go for everything. Normally, most of the pivoting in combat used to happen around Amsterdam, specifically around the Hague, Rotterdam, Utrecht area. A lot of encirclement, counter-encirclement, pushing through Arnhem. Cologne used to be really hard to take, and you'd see a lot of pressure towards Essen, and then it would be like...
Yeah.
Honestly, this is the map we saw the most people pushed into their bases on, historically.
Yeah.
So it's like the VPs were almost secondary, but we're seeing a lot less of that now, which is really, really interesting.
So I mean, a couple of things I'm going to be curious about is the templates that these guys go for, whether or not we might see that changing later on. Obviously, the game hasn't started, so we might see a couple of things here and there. I spoke about this yesterday with Mo, and I understand that the dot in front of their name is a Tommy K reference, and it gives them more power.
Ah, yes.
Very, very orc wah in nature, and I respect that. What does LS mean? Because it seems to be kind of like the back end, rear echelon, sit on victory points, do fuck all kind of units.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the LS means. I hope it's safe for work.
Very good point. .inf, I'm gonna take a stab in the dark. That's your baseline infantry. Those are the boys that you're chucking off.
LS means logistics support or something?
Yeah, or like line support. Because effectively, so you can see they're set as reserves, which means they get the lowest priority when it comes to resupply. So basically, they'll have your elite units, they'll get everything first, and they'll get the most recent equipment first. Then you've got your regulars, or your default, and that's what they've got their standard infantry as. Then they've got the reserves, basically kind of like your MPs, you give them the worst stuff last, which makes a lot of sense. So I'm just curious to see how that will pan out. For the allied faction, they're just going for more guys. And I respect that. I don't think you can go wrong with just having a bunch of guys in your army. Just infantry. That would also lean in well if they decide to go for mass assault, which is something that we've seen on this map before, especially from the allied side. I would be looking over and seeing, are we potentially going to be seeing Third Shock Army be brought out? That was quite popular yesterday.
I think we might see an old school pick here. If I'm not mistaken, I think.
Okay. What do you think?
I don't think it's going to be inventive. I don't think we're going to see an inventive Allied High Command right now. In this game, I need to unpause. I think I've worked out how I'm going to change the stinger, but it does mean I have to deafen people once more to be able to do it on. So I'm going to hold off for now. I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it on fade and have people fade between. And I'm just going to quickly just double check that I've got I've highlighted who the allied commander is. I haven't. I've got one more scoreboard to update.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep
yapping,
talking,
and then I'll think about my predictions.
Yeah. Well, I'm very good at that. But I will say, just as we are kicking this off right now, one of the things we are very grateful for, one of the things we're very happy about here at Paradox
is me.
Other than you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is just how supportive and engaging the community is with these kinds of events. It's very much looking at what is it that the players enjoy doing, and what is it that these players do in their own time. Mm-hmm. So looking at these kinds of matches, most of the people who are playing, who are supporting this event, who are casting this event, are the players themselves. We're talking about it. Mo one of the casters, is a former world champion. We've got Leonard and Sub-Zero, who Sub-Zero was casting yesterday. Both of them are heavily involved in mod development and just general
basically, they're the only two modders for this mod anymore. Featherus had to take a step back because they work on so many mods. Some of our other modders, like Void Templar historically, and even myself, I can't code, so it's all up to them initially.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm in. I'm going to quickly go through where my thinking of what we're going to see.
Go for it.
So US 12 has been banned out. So has the Canadian First. So allies, I think we're left with two options. Now, player isn't more of an old school player. Funny. And I reckon we'll see a combined operations headquarters. However, a lot of people love Communist China at the moment. Communist China is, even though this isn't a big map, it is a passion piece. So I think there's a possibility to that. My wild card for this map will be one of the French factions. We haven't seen them much in the mod this currently, but France left is a tank factory. But Army de Maginot, the right hand one, is it puts out some pretty decent plane infantry combo. It's an air and foot
airland battle style.
Yeah, you get fighters and CAS. You get two railway guns. You get a lot of infantry. You get like lots of small infantry, but that could easily be upgraded. You do get the B1 heavy tank, which you could take apart and put those tanks in a Space Marine division. You get reconnaissance and defense, and you get a lot of organization, war support, infantry division defense plus 10% there. And then Vive la France at the end is possibly one of the strongest industrial end caps we have. You get 3% recruitable population, 20% stability and war support, which also affects your industry. You get production efficiency growth 20%, factory output 10%, total mobilization, and you get like loads of consumer goods stuff. It's a huge industry pick. You also get like armor production in here. You get weekly manpower and weekly support equipment from here. You also get a small fleet, and it's like the fleet's not really a huge thing here, but I think this section could be like, it's especially if you get 2 out of the 3 VPs, it's one of those factions that's going to be really hard to dislodge you once you're in placed. So
so allies, we've gone for Northern allies. You were talking about combined operations headquarters. We saw that yesterday in the matchup between Buge and Player.
Yeah.
And combined operations headquarters, it didn't really work as well as I think they were hoping for. Combined Operations Headquarters, one of the main benefits for it is the focus towards special forces. So you're talking Marines, Paras, Mountaineers, Rangers, etc. And I think in this case, with this map, I think Rangers are pretty good. You're looking at a lot of the terrain here with the hills, the forests, and the urban. There's a lot around there. So I think going for infantry, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, special forces are going to be the key here, and mostly those ranger battalions, especially when you take into consideration that you get extra special forces cap, but also special forces attack with the ungently warrior, ungently warfare bonus. So a lot of these commandos, for example, you see that there's mountaineer divisions, you get marine divisions. You don't and you get some paratroopers. I believe all of those will be galvanized. They'll be taken off the map. They'll be changed into rangers. But all of those bonuses, the extra attack, the extra cap, those will get threaded into your troops, and you'll have ranger battalions with rockets. That's probably what we're going to see. Also artillery pieces, and I think we'll probably see something very similar over on the Axis. So
we're moving away from Space Marines.
Where marked is already locked in.
We're now going for Power Rangers.
Power Rangers. Space Marines and Power Rangers. And then over here, we're locking in Osttruppen, the Eastern Front 9th Army Wehrmacht. It's a mass assault doctrine. It's the Bellowing Cows. It is the Wirbelwinds and Stukers of Fus and the what's the other one? And I'm trying to think of the other rocket artillery that the Germans used in World War II. The Stukers of Fus.
I only know about boats, man. I mean,
okay, fair. What am I trying to think? Not Wirbelwind. It was the
Wirbelwind.
Was it Wirbelwind? Anyway, you basically is rocket artillery. Rocket artillery. a little bit of tank reduction. I think this is pretty standard. We're going to see a mass assault. We're going to see some strong infantry.
One thing, the allies have gone for flamethrower tanks. Why would they do that, Alex?
Oh, because there's a river crossing in those forests, and they both get bonuses fighting in those regions, and urban, I believe.
Yep.
Yes,
they do.
That's a great investment. I love that. I'm going to quickly switch to your perspective so you can show this off.
So that's one of the special projects. It's not as part of a research, but what I would be looking at here, okay, what are they going to be using it in? Medium tanks. So they're going to be making medium flame tanks. That is going to be really good if you look over towards, maybe they haven't made them yet. You'd be looking over towards, okay, so they're going to have motorized infantry, but they are also reserve units, so they're not going to be the primary focus. The units that we're going to be seeing being pumped out right now are not going to be as important as the ones that they will get later on down the line when they get them through the focuses, and then they can refit them, as you're saying, into Para Rangers.
Hell yeah.
I love that name.
Power Rangers.
Yeah, Power Rangers.
Well, did you grow up on Power Rangers? Were you a Power Rangers kid?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, are you Mighty Morphin?
I mean,
were you?
I'll be honest. I grew up more with like Balamori.
Oh,
you remember that, right? You know, what's the story of Balamori? Wouldn't you like to know?
I was gonna say, were you just born in Balamori? Are you a descendant of Archie? Is that what?
Combined Operations Headquarters have been locked in, ready to go.
Okay.
Just thinking about Archie with a brain gun. Think about that for the home guard.
I mean, hey.
Oh boy.
The Bren gun is a very versatile weapon, originally of Czech design, and then we nabbed it, of course. Like most things, we took it and made our own version or put it on display in a museum. It is the thing we do best, honestly. But yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. We're going to see a mass assault, kind of tried and true current meta build versus something slightly out there coming from player. And we are seeing as well, I don't know if you've seen on the Allied perspective, it's one of your favorite things is being placed. Naval invasion.
Boats.
We've got boats. Boats going to be going into...
Straight into Hamburg. Yeah. I love that. That's actually... That is such a smart thing, because even if they don't last, that would be really good as part of a raiding party. The idea of using marine raiders in this, that you could basically go over there, fuck shit up, and then back off. And you're, at the end of the day, it's relatively low investment.
So, also, the Combined Operations HQ has this general here, Simon Fraser. He already has the Invader stat, which is quicker amphibious invasion speed and prep time. So that is going to be going off day one. You also have Mad Jack Churchill as one of the leaders. He's a mountaineer, obviously, not there. But they also get, some pretty standard UK forces generals in here. You get Harold Alexander, some pretty decent stats across the board. And then you also get Robert Laycock here, who is a commando urban assault specialist. I like that this guy is in command of the people that are going to be on the VPs. That's really cool in terms of general pooling.
There's one really important thing that you need if you are conducting a naval landing. What is it?
Boats.
You need boats. Both parties have boats. The Axis, they've got 15 ships, and of those, it's a mixture, battleship, a light cruiser, mostly destroyers. Flip side to that, we look over towards the Allies, if I can do that real quick. We're looking roughly the same amount, but they've got less. And so what I'm going to be looking at here is, okay, well, we've already got the subs out there. They're already looking over there. So the Allies already have the information. There's nobody in Hamburg.
Yep.
There's nobody in Hamburg.
I will say, due to the way that the Axis have done their focuses, they do already have the motorized rocket artillery ready for day one of the war. So those are going to be rushing towards those VPs. We're probably going to see a lot of VPs fall into the Axis hands, and then it's going to be down to seeing what they do about Hamburg. See how they handle that invasion. Because what I think and what I see here, there's a motorized division that's been made. It's 10 width. That's going to be rushing for Amsterdam, by the looks of it. And then Going on this naval escapade is just some infantry, but it's 30 width. It's heavy. If that lands, they're not gonna like get knocked out of there very, very quickly. I'm really excited, honestly. I'm really excited that this is going to happen. This is
there's
putting pressure on
one
the
really
base.
important thing about this.
Yeah.
That fleet is not out.
Nope.
The fleet is docked right now. They're not being done. They are not training. They are not doing anything. And I think this is going to be forgotten about for the first couple of days of the war.
You don't think it's going to go day one?
No, I don't, because I think there's going to be more focus on Amsterdam, Cologne. I could be wrong, but I don't know. My honest assumption here would be if they were going to be used day one, they would already be out there.
True. And also looking at the actual focus tree choices here from our allied player, we haven't got the Royal Marines. We didn't get the extra stuff here. We might get the Merchant Marine escort out in time, but not before the war starts, so it might be month 2 sort of thing.
Yeah.
And there we have the declaration
War's
of
kicked
war.
off.
We are seeing the advance going in. Eastern Germany, I'm in the naval map mode, so I can't flip. Yeah,
And
look at the bellowing cows. They are plowing their way. Amsterdam falls, Cologne falls, and this is going to be a 3 VP hold from the Axis. All VPs now burning down. I love this rush tactic. This is almost this taste of his own medicine. This is trucks being used against player who used them so nicely in Sun and Bloom is now fighting the face of rocket artillery already in those VPs. However, those rocket artillery being in the front line here aren't as good on the defensive as they are on the aggression. They have a lot of attack, not high defense stats. So if they get surrounded, they could lose a lot here. And we're starting to see some weird shifting on the front line. They're currently leaving the Stuttgart pocket closed. Everyone is focused on the old school defense. It's going to be Amsterdam. It's going to be Cologne. And Cologne being in the Axis hands, Cologne is so hard to hold for the Axis because you can attack it from so many directions. But it's holding. It's currently holding.
Yeah, no progress being made so far on the naval invasion. I reckon they're probably just going to leave that there for the time being, focus on other matters. Makes sense. There's a lot going on, and arguably what is going on the front line right now is more important than that push on Hamburg.
Absolutely. Not having one VP on this map is hugely detrimental. A 3 VP bleed, there's already only 180 days before this match ends. We're already down 30 VP life points. That'll be down to about 400 in a matter of a month. It's really bad to be bleeding this much this early. You need to focus on getting at least one VP before you can make those kind of plans.
So one other really nice thing here, the fact that the Axis were able to push across the river into Cologne, they are now just going to be holding that on now. They are losing the battle, but they are being reinforced. So I think right now the main focus is going to be keep feeding bodies into that city, essentially right now. Just try and hold on to it as best as they can. They get veterans of the Western Front also as a focus. And it looks like they're just going to be trying to stabilize the front lines as best they can here.
Look at those attack stats, though, when being surrounded. I think Cologne is possibly going to fall here. It's going to depend on how many troops can be cycled in. But you're being attacked from 3 different directions by so many troops. Overwhelming force. I would be putting the urban assault specialist in to attack this. The extra attack and defense on urban tiles. Because I believe Cologne counts as an urban tile. It does. There he is. Robert Laycock is now leading. A much better choice. But Cologne is holding. I want to quickly take a look at the casualties as well. 31k for the Allies versus 19k for the Axis. That's a lot of early losses, and boom, that's the other detriment. Air game in favor of the Axis. This hold is beautiful. It's a really beautiful early game hold.
Yeah, and right now, again, no changes being made on the naval side. I think it would be a good idea. It could be a good idea, but realistically, they just don't have the time or the I guess the incentive to try and push something like Hamburg anymore. So I reckon Operation Clipper, push to the side, maybe later on, realistically, I think they're more likely to just reallocate that unit, push it off to something else.
Yeah, I kind of agree. We are actually seeing now a push across the Rhine properly. The Axis are not resting on their laurels. I think this is a really good idea. Get more of a beachhead, soften the defense of Cologne, make sure that you're not being attacked from multiple directions. Get yourself some better supply. Actually, also pushing out from Amsterdam as the VP. I like this pushing, keeping up the pressure. We might see a really rough time here for the allied player. Again, can you quickly give me a readout of troop counts? You can tell it from hitting the army at the top.
Yes, if I can remember that.
Shortcut O.
So, sorry. Shortcut O. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. So, currently they've got 33 divisions, 645 battalions. They've got really nice. Oh, we're looking at the same guys. They've got quite a fair amount of divisions right now. But allies, they've got more.
Really, the allies have more divisions.
More divisions, less battalions.
That's
actually really important.
Yeah, but
so
it's still surprising because the Axis are on a mass assault doctrine, so they should, in theory, have more troops on the board. So I'm slightly
no. We're misunderstanding each other. So the Axis, they've got less divisions, but more battalions. The divisions that they have are thicker. They've got more men overall.
True. But I'm saying the actual division count should be higher because what you want to do with the mass assault doctrine is extend the line around your enemy and create gaps by spreading them thin. Right now, both players are keeping this really tight, and that's actually kind of detrimental. I mean, the Axis are winning, so I'm picking holes. Yeah. But as soon as these combined operations headquarters troops get into the field and get to their better standard, by not having an extended front line, they're going to be able to concentrate better. They're going to be able to surround you a bit better, and you're going to start losing places like Dusseldorf here, which we might see 7 divisions starting a retreat. And because they're going to retreat, that's 7 whole divisions that are going to be unable to reinforce a battle. You could see an opening. You could see a counter-encirclement. However, again, time is against our allied player. It's only 133 days before the war's end. He's trying to expand his industrial sector, and I don't know that it's going to be enough right now to just focus for late-game industry. I think there needed to be a pivot. I'm going to quickly check their production. They're only just putting into planes. They've got their flame tanks come in, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. We're not seeing Rangers coming in yet. And Maastricht is also pushing out. We've got this weird little bulge going on. Getting a retreat there. Little trades here and there.
A couple of things to also highlight here. If you look all the way down to the south, over to where Switzerland kind of is, kind of isn't, and Austria, you can see the Allies have retained a defensive posture on the mountains and the hills behind the river. They could push up, however, they would lose the advantage of that defensive blocking there with the river, and secondly, it would also be extending, or it could also potentially extend that front line more than is necessary right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I am.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking. So, again, the Axis player, to take the advantage, they want to try and utilize this pocket more because look how thin the line is down here. They could be going for a death blow. This is actually just playing into the allied player's hand. However, the allied player is really struggling right now. Their production line is not great. I mean, they're pretty good in what they've got, but it's not very varied. They haven't been able to put it into their divisions. Yeah. They're not creating too many rangers yet. They don't have rangers everywhere as far as I know. It's just in certain division templates, all of which they haven't seen. But we are starting to see a push now, possibly towards Frankfurt.
This?
Where am I looking?
My stream. Look at Nuremberg. Look at these divisions. Yeah. That is
that's the division. That's the division that the allied player wants right now to fix their game.
Yeah. So they are training off the front line again. It makes sense because if they're level 1 green, because they've just been pushed out, minus 25% more fire in combat. You don't want that. So leave them to the front. Leave them to the back a little bit. Let them train up. And then put them on the front line where they can deal some real damage. Again, the time really is in favor of the Axis right now. We've got 103 days before their victory right now. They're holding on nice and steady. And again, they've got plenty of divisions sitting up and around Cologne. I'm looking to see what is the Allies' response to this situation.
Yeah, I've flipped us now to the Allied POV. I want to see what players doing, and it seems like that they're going to be trying to put their flame tanks in now. They don't have rangers unlocked, so they can only use mountaineers. So all of that special forces cap that they've built up for, they were hoping to use that in a much later section of the game. There's no real hurrying from them right now. They're like, there is not a I'm not seeing energy right now, considering how little time they have. I don't know that they realize how under threat they are from the timer. I mean, the 250 is deceptive, but it's actually just 3 months. What?
Look at that. So they're moving the subs back. They're recognizing, all right, well, they're not really getting any benefit from what they were initially wanting to do with that naval landing. I think they've just scrapped it off entirely. But what they're at least getting with the subs is some general information of what's going on about there.
Yeah, I'm really worried about the time frame here because, like I said, they're not pushing in any at all. They do not have the air, even the surrounding. They're not really getting any green bubbles like they are now. But look, 1,200, 1,200, 1,100 on the defense. You're not cracking that without any serious artillery, without any serious bonuses. Like a division with 200 attack is not going to be cutting it. I'm super worried here. Well, it means quite nicely, I think I'm going to call it early. I think we're going to go to a map 3, and it is going to be player's map choice. Player has been excellent at choosing maps. The beauty of this element, this final leg of the competition where we're in the semifinals, is any of the 1v1 maps are available from the pool. We do not have a tournament map pool like we did in each of the group stages.
They got Rangers.
They did just get their Rangers. Okay, we might see a flip, but again, 70 days. That's too little too late, I think.
Can we go on to player's perspective?
Yep, players again.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
So, I don't know if you know that tactic. It was what he did there. He swapped everything to anti-air and then swapped it back. So what you do is if you've got a line in HOI and it's mixed infantry, so if it's infantry and mountaineers, for example, you'd have to go and like flip those all individually if you wanted to change them to another infantry type. However, if you flip them to, say, an artillery type, and then flip them back, switching them to an artillery type flips that whole line, and then you can flip that whole line.
Are you seeing what he's doing right there?
He's putting up some air, but I'm also going to quickly swap
No.
perspective. He's trying to push in, but I think the Axis player is pushing out. We're seeing the powers activating. I think the timing is everything. He might have checked, like, I don't know what picked up here, but the Axis player has just come alive again, and I think this is great. I think this is awesome from Rizla. I think he's not allowing that ground. He's allowing the and those Rangers are also in for the Axis. Yeah, this is gonna be tough.
So, slight update. Look at the naval invasions that they're planning right now, going into Hamburg and Hanover.
Oh,
for the Allies.
fair.
About 15 days left. I think that's the last chance roll of the dice. I would imagine if we go over to player's perspective, we're probably going to be seeing him prepping that. We've already got the Navy out as well, on patrol, get that naval dominance. I think what's happening on that front line is really important right now. But I think he's multitasking.
I'd hope so, but right now this front line is fluctuating. We almost had a encirclement, counter-encirclement coming around in Eindhoven, this whole area. This is old school across the Rhine. Rizla did say that this is his one of his favorite maps, if not his most favorite map. So he's looking really comfortable, and it's showing. But we're starting to see those stats flop.
Ooh!
Now that the tanks are in, now that the Rangers are also in, we're starting to see a little bit more maneuvering, and Cologne could quite easily stop. But there's only 50 days.
I don't think it matters. Hang on a minute. There's only like 4 divisions over in Berlin right now, and those naval invasions, they're ready to go. They're probably going to be kicking off.
Is player going to do it twice in a row? Is he going to flip this game within like 10 seconds of him about to lose? Are we about to see that happen again?
I think if they push that naval landing, they can go for it. They're going for it. They're going for it right now.
I'm keeping an eye on the front line, but I can see just in the corner of my screen.
And there are no units. There are no units over there. They've got
but the front line,
two divisions.
The front line is collapsing. I don't know that he's going to have enough time.
I don't think it matters.
Wait, there's a gap in Dusseldorf. There is a gap in Dusseldorf. Okay, no, Cologne is free, but the thing is, if he holds the VP, he's not going to capitulate.
He's just landed.
He has just landed. We've got to see the reaction here.
And they're going straight for Berlin. They're going straight for Berlin,
smart.
Leipzig, Dresden.
It's really smart. It's really smart. And basically, actually, I don't think Berlin is the call. I think he should be rushing towards Münster and Erfurt. Erfurt and Münster, because those are
get on Buch.
Those are the
sorry.
Those are the supply hubs. Yeah.
If we can get onto Rizzo's perspective, it already moved the mechanized units across.
Oh gosh, look at that slideshow. I'm going to move away from him. Just
no, never mind.
Yeah, I think it's better if we handle that.
Yeah, no, we... Yeah.
He has moved into position here. The Hamburg offensive is already faltering, but it has distracted enough. Dusseldorf is also maneuvering. There's just not enough cutoff, not enough time.
Nah.
30 days now. I don't think we're going to see it. Essen might have been, like, he needed to cut off the supply. I like this move, but it's just too little, too late.
Nah, at this point, defeating details setting in, those units, they gave a good effort, but ultimately fruitless. And we can see, again, just not enough pressure being applied now onto the front lines.
Cologne is now at risk, though. So if that flips, the 25 days is going to turn into more like 90.
Yeah.
We
got a breakout in Arnhem.
Yeah, we do. This is the Utrecht pocket. We might see an encirclement here if you're not careful. Amsterdam could go under pressure, but again, there's 22 days to make something happen. It's just 22 days. Again, and I think it's going to come down to the Rangers were teched ever so slightly too late. Just one tech earlier would have given them... Oh,
Anti-access.
Axis ciphers decryption. That might put the nail in the coffin. 19 days now. I mean, it's not over till the fat lady sings. I think this is going to come down to the wire ever so slightly. It just needs an... I think our allied player needed 20 more days. I think it could have made something happen in about 20 days here.
I think the real question here is going to be, what is map number 3 going to be?
Well, it's going to be player's choice, and player likes to pick old school. He's picked Sonnenblume multiple times. There's a chance he goes for At the Gates, which isn't as old a map, because a lot of our Eastern European players love that map purely for the Eastern Front vibe. And you have a bit more to play with, a bit more to work with. But I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see something wild card, something that most people hate. I would be surprised if we saw Nordwind. It is an out there map, it is our Scandinavia map, and it requires a lot of weird brain power. The VPs are handled very, very, very differently. It involves a lot of special forces picks and a lot of slow, methodical movement. But I've got a feeling that this is 6 days. This is going to go to a map 3.
Yeah. I really like the attempt there by player with that naval invasion. I think it had big cojones, but ultimately it had to have been used in conjunction with something else.
There's just a truck going to Dunkirk. I think it's going to try and go to Paris.
On their way.
Rizzler has turned around and gone, no, I'm done with this. It's game for you. And that's 1-1, and we're going to a map 3.
I think that was really well played by both of these two players, but again, it just goes to show how there are so many variables in play here that if even just one component of it is a little bit delayed, like in the case of the research going for Rangers, it completely changes the outcome and the opportunities that you might have with regards to what divisions you want to make, what templates you're going to be using. And just that being a little bit too little too late there. Really well played, I think, overall.
Chat just caught up to our Balamori moment.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I had to let you know. I mean, wouldn't you like to know? Continue your analysis.
No.
Derailed you completely.
You have, actually. Really well played by Rizzler. I love the aggression right out the gates going on there. Yeah, I think Archie would have been proud.
This is just for us, guys. Like, no one else is going to understand. Well, us and that one person in chat understand these references. The rest of it is for us completely.
It's perfect. But, yeah. Wouldn't you like to know, chat? So, I think overall, yeah, looking over towards that new map, I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing out. So far, we had Sonnenblume, then we had Across the Rhine, the third map. I would like to see something that is a little bit different in tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that something maybe more along the kind of the far eastern maps, or sorry, the eastern front maps? Do you think they might be a little bit different?
Yeah, so we're going back to player. in his map pick. So player
Okay.
and player is an old school player. I think the way that he wins this is he brings out one of the old maps. We've seen across the Rhine is an old map, but it's one that everyone plays. It's our Dust 2 to explain. Like that's what it is. Sun and Bloom is the OG map. A lot of the newer players haven't been as practiced on it. Bringing out something like Nordwind, which is again that came in the second wave of maps, or alongside it Jewel, which is another one, which is our India map. I feel like those are the ones that would be really, really out there. At the gates, Baltic Blitz, Powder Keg, I think they weigh too hard into Rizzler's favor. Desperado could also be an interesting one. But we shall see.
Am I still a wee bit louder than you?
I don't think so. I can turn you down even more. Maybe you're just excited.
Yeah.
Maybe you're just excited to see us.
Aren't I always? You know, I get to sit down and watch people play one of my favorite games.
Anyway, let's
What's
bring
there
the
not to be
players
happy
up,
about?
shall we?
Yes.
Hello,
Yo.
hello.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for the third game.
Yep, third map. I've put ID and password in.
Okay.
But player, it is your map
Yeah.
pick.
Marco Polo.
Marco Polo. Okay. Rizzler, what faction would you like?
Let me think. Alex.
Allies.
Allies.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, waiting for everybody to get in here.
Nice. So, how are you both feeling? That was quite an intense game.
Yeah. I mean, I've taken 3 VPs day one, so
Yeah.
even if I had lost one, I'm still winning, so...
Did you anticipate or were you surprised when player did that naval invasion?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, he did 8 waves, right? Not the normal divisions, or the 10 waves.
I don't know. Player, what divisions did you use?
What?
When you did the naval invasion, what divisions were you using?
Noob division.
Yeah, the small ones, okay.
That's fair. Yeah, we were watching that and we were very excited about it. Or at least I was. Sorry, Rizzler.
Yeah, okay.
But okay, so this is an interesting map. I've not seen it myself before. Would either of you mind explaining what should I expect? Or potentially,
If
Alex,
not,
you could
I'll tell you when we're in
tell
game.
me later.
I'll tell you when we're in game. Well, we just get set up here. I'm just waiting for myself to ready up, and we'll get in and do the map pick. Just wait 2 moments for me.
Yep.
And boom. Okay. Let me see. And let me go in, and we will do now this.
And just
The final
whilst we're
batch.
sorting this out, quick update for you. It was Nebelwerfer and Panzerwerfer.
Panzerwerfer, that's the one I was thinking of. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
So yes, let's get the previous bands in, please.
So it was Luftwaffe, Northern and Group.
Yes.
Yes. Allied player, present your band, please.
Let's ban Panzer Group West.
Panzer Group West. Axis player, your ban, Communist China. Okay, your 5 minutes
Ooh.
begins now. Good luck, everybody. Okay, so I want you to quickly theory craft yourself on this map while I update the overlays, and then I will give you the
Alright.
full rundown.
Looking at the terrain on this map, it looks like a fucking nightmare.
What, a land war in China? You think that's going to be easy? I'm sorry.
I'm looking over, and I'm just thinking, okay, you're gonna have a lot of hills, you're gonna have a lot of forests, a lot of not having supplies. I think this is going to be a fun one. I would imagine it's mostly going to be infantry focused. However, I would highlight there's quite a fair amount of desert and plains as well, so you could see some usage of motorized.
You might be right. I'm gonna let you keep making guesses, and then I'm gonna give you the rundown. Don't worry.
I'm also thinking you also have the potential for a naval stuff. But I think it's much less of the focus here. I think it's really going to be based around mass assault infantry and motorized rockets.
Okay, so there's I think I would say that the infantry and rockets is kind of that's the base meta right now. You'll see that on any of the maps. But if we go over
what am I missing?
So here's what you're missing. So the VPs for this map, hello, welcome to Marco Polo. This is a tier 2 era map. This is one of the ones that came in alongside Jewel and Nordwind, the two maps I highlighted. So we are on an older map. So the VPs here are Beijing, Taiwan, and Qingdao.
Qingdao.
So on the Shandong Peninsula. However, the real key is if we go to the supply map mode. So if you're looking at it, a lot of supply hubs for this map, this whole center between the 3 VPs, this little triangle of VPs, is connected by 4 major supply hubs with one each side of Taiwan in the mountains on each side. So actually, the most of the fighting happens around Jinan, the supply hub by Xiamen. These are like your main pivot points, with secondarily being this one here, and then these rear ones. If you see someone pushing for this rear, you can try and use that to pivot on the mountain. And basically, it's about holding this mountain VP whilst maneuvering here. Now, if we're looking at the bands, the Axis just banned Panzer Group West. Panzer Group West, which is a tank. Is a tank faction. No, that's not me.
That was not me.
That was ally player. That's them doing it. That's player doing it. Showcase what he's going to try and go for, I believe. But in these, Panzer Group West is a tank faction, and it's a very good tank faction. And the reason for it is the Axis strategy for this map is to essentially turtle and come in late with late game tanks and sweep through these plains in the center and take Qingdao and hold Beijing, because you can hold Beijing at the river.
Yeah, because it's 2 out of 3.
Yeah, so you get 2 out of 3. Whereas the Allies have to desperately hold the mountains and try and push towards Beijing. So it's all about Axis building for the late game and Allies trying to get an early advantage. That's kind of the main flow of this map, which is actually why you'll see more tank factions picked on this map, because what counters tanks but tanks. So this is historically the map where the Allies would pick Canada. This is the map where they would pick the US-12, someone with a tank faction. I believe
which
also
have already
French
been banned.
Which have already been banned. I think player's going to go Combined Operations HQ, and he's going to go for the Special Forces and go for Mountaineers and try and hold the mountains. Whilst the Axis player, I have no idea right now. We're going to have to try and infer details from the field of play. If you're just joining us though, hello, welcome to HOI Commanders, the 1v1, 2v2 and 3v3 competitive mod for Hearts of Iron, where it cuts down the experience and puts it in. There's 2 ways to win. Either you've got to annihilate your opponent from the map or hold a VP for the longest as possible. This is our 3VP map in China, known as Marco Polo, formerly known as Marco Polo Bridge, but I got bored of saying all 3 words. And yeah, Fraser, what are you seeing? Anything cool? Oh, and also, final things about this map, which is to point out. There are 2 jungles to this map. I refer to this quite a lot. Jungles are areas that you need to be aware of, but quite often don't see forces. But if they do, it will be a surprise attack. Number 1 is through the mountains here. Snaking cavalry through the mountains, sneaking around, trying getting some of these supply hubs, especially the ones below the mountain, can really cut things off. You can cut off a lot of supply if you take this central supply hub for the Allies. Same up here for the Axis. You can really put some pressure in through these plains, cut things through. The other is the sea zone. There is one sea zone essentially that matters, which means you get naval combat. If you get naval combat, you can start landing on Qingdao, landing on the end of the Shandong Peninsula and try and push in, or threaten either party's bases directly from a naval invasion. So those are the key things to look out for in the meta and in the builds.
Okay, well, I'm just taking a wee look at both the countries. It looks like they're both going kind of dispersed industry. There's an ambulance behind me. and an improved machine tool. So we have kicked off the game. Again, you're looking at the supplies, trying to kick off your industry nice and early on, and then we'll probably see a little bit more variation coming out later down the line. Regarding the special forces, you know, your Mountaineers, your Rangers, we saw Rangers being, I think, one of the main choke points of the last match. So how might that change going into this game, do you think?
So I don't think Rangers are... So Rangers are good. Rangers are good full stop. But I would actually say if you are going Combined Operations HQ as the Allies, you don't want them this time. Because the map is mainly Mountaineers and Marines because of the big river crossings. There aren't actually that many forest tiles or jungle tiles where you're going to be using the Rangers too much. So I think the Mountaineers are going to be more prevalent. You don't want to switch away from a tech that you already have. So honestly, the build that player had last game is the one that I think Rizzler might try and do this game. I believe it is Rizzler that's in the Allies, right? Yeah, it is. It is.
Yes.
I think the players to watch right now is, however, our Axis player. It's going to be up to him if we're going to see something different. Like, are we going to see a tank push? I would like to see a tank build. I haven't seen a proper tank build in a while. However, I'm going to make a bet.
Go on.
There is an Axis faction we haven't seen all competition. The last time this map got played, which was yesterday, it got banned because of the fear of one specific meta, and it's meta for this map. And it is, I believe, the Hungarian armed forces.
Okay, you're gonna have to walk me through this.
Or Romanian. So the Hungary-Romania trees are a little interesting. Hungarian armed forces is about really strong cavalry and tank production. They've got some weird tank production things, but the thing is here, Legacy of Attila, motorized attack, cavalry attack, mechanized attack. Also breakthrough for cavalry recovery rate, so I don't know if you know, in base HOI, cavalry doesn't get any of the bonuses that you get from tech. It is the only faction. Playing as Hungary, that doesn't matter. We give it to them. So the Hungarian tree, slightly a small kind of hinty tank faction. However, Romania get artillery bonuses, and specifically they get artillery bonuses which will help you
Hold
take
the phone.
out.
Allies are going Red Army. They're saying...
I'm wrong as well. We've got Red Army coming from the Allies, and we've got Italy coming in for the Axis.
Is that going to be the first Italian army, do you reckon? Because we've already had one shake-up where previously they went Armata del Pol, Armata del Poo.
Yeah, Army of the Poo.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Army of the Po again? That would be odd, but I mean, I like it.
But we were previously talking about going heavy on tanks for this one, which would be more in keeping with the first army. Yeah, so
if we've got Red Army, I think it's going to be a third shock. I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're not going to get anything really inventive there. I think we're going to see... essentially, I think Rizzler is going to recreate the exact army that they did with the 9th Army Wehrmacht in the last map. I think they're going to try for the same tactic. I don't like it as much. I think there's better options for the Allies, but we will move through. I think maybe going for a Commonwealth, or, like I said, combined operations, or even Norwegians, to be fair. Norwegians, I believe, get artillery bonus in the mountains. Mountain attack plus 50% for artillery. Like that on this map, that could be really nice. But yeah, we are seeing definitely a third shock lock in. It just appeared on my screen. That right there. Yeah, so it's going to be the Axis. I'm both intrigued and disappointed by the Italian pick. I thought we were going to see something slightly weird. Anyway, are you noticing anything else on your end?
No, so I'm actually just starting a prediction for Twitch.
Oh,
a 15-minute prediction of who will win this best of 3. I'm also going to see if I can do something similar for YouTube. Which I may or may not.
Of course, with the 15-minute delay, you're all going to hear about this after seeing it. So I hope you voted. Anyway, looking
Well.
back at the map right now, again, either way, I'm excited to see these players. Obviously, whoever loses this is going to go into our losers bracket for tomorrow, our bronze match. Whoever wins this is going through to the grand final. I don't think we've elevated that enough. Whoever wins this is going into the grand final with a chance of winning 2,500 euros for all their effort, for all their months and months of planning, preparing, and combat. I'm very excited. Will it be player?
And you
Will it be
should be.
Rizzler? Will it be player, the old guard veteran who's been playing in every tournament? I think the furthest they've made it in the past is quarterfinals. Or will it be Rizzler, the first tournament that they've been legally allowed to play in? Because it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting either way.
Yeah.
Waiting for this Italian lock-in. I want
Did
to
you
see
know?
which one. Do I know?
Did you know that Hearts of Iron 4 is rated PEGI 7? Yeah.
I thought we used to be PEGI 12, but I could be confusing that with what EU is.
I do not know. I just know that right now it is PEGI 7.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's no blood. There's no actual
It's
full depiction of violence. It's
Yeah. So we're seeing third shock army being brought out from the Allies. I'm honestly really intrigued to see
Italian First Army.
the first army.
Yeah, the old school Italy tree is coming in. I don't think
Okay.
we've seen a full pick of this today, so let me quickly break it down. The
Please.
Italian First Army is probably the best all-rounder faction. You get a mix of 2 light tank divisions and 3 mountaineer divisions. Oh, that makes sense for this map. You get 100 fighters plus Aces of the Sand, which is Ace Generation chance, agility, and air superiority bonus in combat. You get Ora Notte Camachi, which is a fighter production
Don't
cost
ever
reduction.
say that again.
You get Tankettes, which is light tank research speed and production cost reductions. Special Forces cap and attack and defense. Again, those Mountaineers going to be really useful. And then you get the Angel of Conquest, which is political power gain, consumer goods reduction, and resistance activity. This is really good for if you're holding a VP for a very long time. We've seen
Yeah, I can
resistance
imagine.
really screw people over. Then obviously you get the joint Italian tree, which is the breakout fleet. You get some Axis commanders and some extra recruitable population factor. Canned rations, which is supply grace, also quite useful in this map. And then the final capstone, by blood alone. I wonder why it was named that. Division attack, ground support, so better CAS, and a recruitable population factor. We're going to see a combination of Mountaineers, artillery, and CAS. That's going to be the Axis build. And then if I quickly do the run through over on the where am I looking for? The Axis,
top right.
Top right. For the Allied tree, we've got the third shock army. You get the VDV, which are paratroopers. You get pilots. You also get some CAS, so fighter production and CAS support over there. You get the 79th Rifle Corps, which is 2 infantry divisions, as well as production cost reductions to Soviet artillery. And then you get Stalin's organs. This is 2 motorized rocket artillery divisions that are 40 width. Big boy divisions. The capstone for this little sub-branch is the Chainbreaker, which is a railway gun.
Yeah, railway gun.
In the center, you get mech and truck production, armored trains, Red October, which is some submarines, and then the final, no step back. Organization loss, no supply out of combat, division recovery rate, stability, which obviously has an effect on industry, and division attack. Basically, we're actually seeing the paratroopers are going to get used for the VP and the for the
I
landing
like
point.
that.
That's really cool. That's a really cool early. That's a good way of rushing early. I like that.
Especially when you consider that due to the terrain, movement's going to take a wee bit of time. So using the paras like that, forward deploy them, kick things off with a bang, and it just puts you in a better position to contest.
Yep. And like I said earlier, you don't actually want to focus the VP of Qingdao earlier. You want to focus these pivot point, securing
the
Jinan.
supply points.
Whoever owns Jinan owns the Shandong Peninsula. Whoever owns this center supply point controls the plains. Whoever owns this supply point above Shimen controls the mountains and the access to Taiwan. And then if you really want to try and annihilate the allies, you try to hit this supply point below Zhenju, and you push through these plains here, push into Hefei, and then take Nanjing.
Yeah. Now,
this is a map about supply points.
I'm just going to say this now. If you are interested in these kinds of events, don't forget, check out the HOI Discord. It's discord.gg/HOI4. There's a ton of multiplayer action going on in there. There's hopefully going to be more going on going into the near future and into the rest of this year. If you like these events, we're planning on putting more on, so definitely get involved on that.
And if you like this mod and you want to support this mod, check out doros.to/HOI Commanders. The link is in the stream description. That gives you a link to our tournament hub, where we've been running all of this event, running through the news. You can see, you can even watch the stream there if you want, but it also gives you information about the mod and a link to the mod on Steam, and our Discord, where we have our mod updates, where you can become a beta, where you can join in with the beta testing of the mod, get involved with the community there, and you'll be around for when these tournaments that we put on get put on. Yeah.
You want to know what happens in 7 days' time?
War?
War. Because war never changes.
War never changes. Men do, by the roads they walk down. Sorry, I was a Fallout nerd.
I wasn't even going for Fallout there. I was going for something else.
You activated my sleeper cell agent, and I just quoted the end card to the Lonesome Road DLC, I think, for Fallout New Vegas.
And on that note, don't forget to check out Hearts of Iron 4 on the Steam store page.
Yes, absolutely. And get the subscription service. War has been declared now. We are seeing navies on the move there. I'm going to let you take
I like that. All right, we've got some boats going on.
Some boats as they're rushing for the VPs. We do have the paratroopers have landed on that that mounted VP and also that supply hub, and then we're going to have cavalry race to join them. I love this early connection here. The Axis aren't even assaulting past Beijing. They are turtling. We're going to see a turtle coming in from the Axis. Again, the VP bleed is going to be much slower. Owning one VP on this map. Again, we're now seeing 336. Remember last time where we saw a fall? 3 in favor of one side. It became 180 days. That's not enough to play with. You have to at least own this one VP, and it's being done.
Ooh.
But this is a lot of map. Holding, honestly.
So, looking over real quick for the Navy, if you look at my screen real quick, 53 ships versus about 12. It is going to be firmly in favour of the Axis. Right now, the main focus for the Axis is going to be patrolling and trying to degrade the combat efficiency and effectiveness of the remaining Allied fleet. The Allies, they're just trying to do convoy raiding for now. I think that's kind of the limit of what they can do.
I'm gonna quickly move away from the front line and stuff.
Thank you.
Have a look at a little bit of a weird thing here. So the Allies, they're doing flame tanks. They've built the research factory, but look where it is. It's near Jinju, Zaiju, I think it would be, and Lianyuan. That's so close to the front line.
Yep.
It's completely undefended. If we've got Axis naval dominance, plop, 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 take this. You've cut the entire front line away from the base, and you've taken the research facility. That could be devastating, just a hit into this area here. Even if it was a sacrificial thing, like to disable that production, to reset that research timer.
But I guess think about the time it would take to, 1, figure out it's there, 2, set up a naval invasion, 3, you need to have the naval supremacy, which granted the Axis are in a pretty good position for having it. And the Allies, no.
Yeah, with these faction picks, there is no way that the Allies will ever compete navally right now.
No.
And the thing is, you should understand that if you've got your agency set up pretty well, you should be able to see the intel ledger. You should be able to guess from the national spirits what the enemy is playing. Therefore, the Axis will be able to look at it and go, oh, that's red pilots. They're playing Soviets. They don't get a navy.
Yeah.
And there's no way that a player is going to have invested so much IC into getting a competitive navy. So Axis should be sat here going, I know that I've got the seas, and I know that that is a very, very open jungle right there. I don't see it enough anymore. We used to see it so much. Players utilizing these jungle zones, these left and right flanks that are normally like unmanned. You don't have the IC to fully defend them, and just probing attacks, probing landings. Because players are so reserved in, okay, I need to make sure that I have guns. So originally we had a combat limit of a combat width, a minimum of 8. We've raised that to 10 in the most recent form of the tournament, and then with the combat width changes to HOI, where everyone's now building 40 width divisions. There's a lot more manpower required in the front line, so people throw air quotes their troops away less. And I kind of miss that. I think you can really activate a player, because as soon as you activate them to like turn their head, like trigger an APM down here, even if it doesn't gain you much,
it's something that
pulling
keeps
their
the
focus. You can get an encirclement up here, because the thing is, if you're on the offensive with a naval invasion, you legitimately just draw a line and go. You don't have to think about it. It's the responding player that has to micro. You, however, can then focus your micro, say, on a front line. But yeah, we're in a bit of a calm. Both players just taking ground, building up. I'm going to quickly take a look. Logistics fulfillment right now for the allies is down. But they have aerial dominance. I'm guessing it's just stuff is connecting up, or they've just changed up an infantry template.
So I am making ooh noises right now as I'm looking over towards the allies. I'm looking at their templates. They've got Dot Street. These are full mountaineers, support anti-air, support artillery. These are beefy units. I'm not quite sure where they are. If they have deployed them anywhere. Let's have a wee gander.
That's sexy. Sorry, I continue with what you're going for.
I beg your pardon.
I've seen something on the Axis production line that makes me happy.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ignore that for the time being, and I'm just curious. Yeah, so they've got their equivalent of Space Marines, I guess. Sort of. They're not really Space Marines. I don't really know what to call them anymore. We'll call him Dave or Steve. They've got Steves.
They're Everest divisions because they're mountains or something.
Everest divisions.
Peak gameplay divisions.
Peak. Okay. There's So we got some hilly boys, hillbillies.
Hillbillies.
We got some hillbillies right here. They're being trained up. Again, we spoke about it before. Getting the plus 25% combat modifier is quite nice. I also like the fact that they'd be used essentially to just project power up into the north, like you're saying, kind of like in the jungly area, on the hills. They don't really have any tangible downside for being up there, short of they're not really doing things elsewhere. I like that. But again, I guess the real focal point here is the allies have 2 out of 3 victory points, so the time's ticking down. I have realised we're paused. I don't know whether you've noticed that.
I have not. Thank you for the notice. Someone must have lagged it down.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that.
So I want to show you the thing I got really happy about.
Please do. What makes you happy makes me happy.
There's the two little tank divisions here from the Italian tree.
Okay.
They've been, I don't know if this is natural now or if this is how they come out, but they are mostly light SPG.
Light SP.
And I saw in the production queue, this is actually getting built. So 14 light SP a day is getting out. Currently we have a ping issue. Rizla is at a ping of 35,000 milliseconds.
You know what? At least it's not 36,000 milliseconds.
True. So I'm just gonna tech pause here. Can you?
Yeah.
Would you mind going down and speaking to them? Because I can't leave this room without.
Yes. Who was it? Sorry. It was Rizla.
It's Rizla. Yes.
Okay.
So we're just double checking everything's okay for their internet, that kind of thing. I'm also going to quickly, whilst this is happening, make sure that their screen is still connected and everything. They had a ridiculous ping packet issue there with about 35,000 milliseconds difference. They're still in-game, it looks like. And in the meantime, let's see if player is just using this time. They are just looking at their... Should we go to them directly? Maybe we go directly into them. And yeah, let's see what our players are doing as they manipulate this. This is obviously no advantage. They keep unpausing it though, however.
Hello. We should be okay to restart potentially.
Okay, no problem.
Or carry on.
Yeah, I just needed to make sure that any advantage, no advantage was being gained between our players. and that we had their screen still, and we did. But anyway, I'll unpause. Yeah, but I'm excited by the SPG divisions. That's going to be super good, pushing down towards Qingdao and into these plane tiles. And we are actually starting to see a little bit of maneuvering here now on the Axis. They are pushing the line up. I think this is the first possible land battle of the war. It is. The first losses have happened. Up until this point, no one had died in what 100 days of combat, and now I
think that's a pretty nice 100 days.
Very nice. A phony war, and now we have 1,000 casualties on each side as the land war in Asia finally kicks off. Look at these divisions. These are terrain breakthrough is very much lower for these. Again, as soon as you see these battles, if you didn't have the intel, you should be able to see the commanders and go.
2 tanks on the coast.
Yeah. I was just keeping an eye on those. Those are pushing through. You can see 1,500 soft attack coming out of these divisions. These very well entrenched, however, very well supplied allied infantry. They're holding them back. But this is a nice little test, a nice little push out. And this is a subtle move.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye out to see where those tanks are going to be moved, because I do believe one of them's gone.
Yeah, it's one step behind the line.
Yes, it's because I'm looking at the wrong faction. That would make more sense. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out here again. They're kind of leaving a wee bit of that jungle up to the north. Let's have a little bit of a buffer zone, I think, makes sense up there. It means neither faction really has to invest too heavily into it. They can focus more on that kind of eastern side.
Yeah, so I like this from the Axis player because, again, they're utilizing the planes. They've probably recognized that it's going to be that they're going to have to play around for Jinan. And push across that river. The thing is, Jinan is across a major river. I think that's the Yellow River.
Yes.
They've got to try and push across the Yellow River to be able to attack Qingdao. But if they do, they can really flip the VPs, and it becomes a very, very extended and hard to handle front line for the Allies, especially if you end up getting supply cut to the mountains here. If we see a push towards Shenzhou, that's when we'll really see a shift. The points that we want the Allies to the Axis to focus on right now, however, is Hebei as the supply hub in Hebei, and this one in Jinan. These two here, these are the combat points. They're going to need to keep those tanks right near those for them to have any good, because again, these are plains tiles. You want that fast movement. Can't get much entrenchment. The mountaineers aren't going to be getting their bonuses. So yeah, this is where the Axis will need to play, and it's up to the Allies now to, one, hold the mountains, but also two, keep them from doing so. Like, keep them out of these provinces.
Yeah. So one thing I noticed pop up earlier on, Cypher for the Axis is complete, so they can use that at any point. So the Axis have that advantage when they choose to use it against the Allies. So I would imagine they're probably going to keep that in the pocket, pull it out later on, whip it out, and use that against the Allies in conjunction with a coordinated push kind of down in the south, across, like you're saying, towards Jinan.
And again, this is where I'd want to see, I think, naval invasions being prepped.
Yeah.
Just for those APM triggers, or even... Again, if you land near Liangjiang or Hefei, you can cut so much supply, which is enough to turn off the front line, get some encirclements up here. I think just triggering that sort of APM... Ooh, it was a forced retreat there from the light SPG.
Ooh. But the benefit of that is, look at the unit that has been pushing them. It's the Mountaineers.
Yeah.
So, and that seems to have kicked off something, kind of woke the beehive, the hornet's nest.
Yeah, the Allies have recognized that they have complete aerial dominance right now. They have uncontested air, and that is sending them into an assault. However, those light SPGs, they pushed off there, and they've created a bulge in the line. However, player might risk their tanks getting encircled here. What's going on? I need to see player's perspective. Oh, they just caught it now.
Yeah. Oh.
Might be too little, too late, though.
I think they sacrificed some of the Axis or some of the infantry divisions there in order to make that work.
I think they had to, yeah. But also, what happened with Tianjin? That was a naval invasion from the Allies?
I did not see that, but yes, it was. And there's another. They've still got at least so one of the divisions got pushed back. So they're going back. I'm honestly really surprised by that. I was not paying attention.
I'm not sure if it was a naval invasion or an infantry division walked into Tianjin, which was empty, and then like evac'd out. Either way, to have lost Tianjin, that's a pretty major rail point for this advance. That's got to have sucked for Axis aggression. And speaking of, though, Axis aggression, the tanks are rolling. The tanks are rolling down. That supply point is having it's getting pounded for the first time, and we're seeing tanks going round to the coast. This is risky. They don't have troops backing them up, and they've pushed back the motorized rocket artillery as well.
Yeah.
Considering the Axis do not have any air cover in this advance, they're making a lot of ground, which is just showing you how much those light SPG are doing in damage. They're just melting divisions. I want to quickly, however, look at the production line. No, they're pretty healthy. Allies are pretty healthy still. They're hurting a bit for guns. How are the Axis doing? Logistics. Super healthy.
Oh, yeah.
They're so healthy right now. They're down on fighters and AA, though.
We're getting naval invasion being prepped from the Axis going down onto the Qingdao Peninsula. And again, that's kind of like what you were explaining earlier on about potentially trying to just waste some APM. We still haven't seen the Cypher being used.
They've put some of the tanks in that naval invasion.
Oh.
They're hoping to race round, but I don't think it's mattering. We've got a big old break in the plains. Again, using the micro, these light tanks super cleanly. I want to just double check. Is this a pure light tank template? It is still. It's still the same little light tankette. You've got these. I don't know if you've ever seen the Italian light tanks of World War II.
Yeah, I have, like the low wee tankettes.
Yeah, so it's basically a horde of those are just buzzing around like bees on the battlefront right now, just like doing wheelies, because those, I don't know if you've ever seen them go across dunes or anything. They kicked up to about 35 mile an hour. It was just like, oh boy. Racing around the steps of Rome right now. I love this push. I do love this push. 185 days as well. It's a lot to work with, a lot more to work with than last time. And again, it's going to come down to Jinyan. This isn't where I would have put the naval invasion, though, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah. So we're looking 75,000 casualties for the Allies versus 58,000 for the Axis. They both have similar amounts, or both have the same amount of divisions, 40 divisions each. Basically, they're looking on par with each other. The Allies actually have more manpower. They've got 668,000 versus 630,000.
Tank divisions are smaller in terms of manpower, as far as I'm aware.
Yes,
so that will be where the discrepancy is. It's a trade-off from manpower compared to IC usage.
Yes.
We have a snake.
Look north.
The jungle. Yeah, we got a rumble in the jungle. There is a cavalry division on the way, and the automatic line did extend there. However, the Axis player has put troops in all of their VPs.
I'm really liking this right now, because we've basically got Dora the Explorer going off up into fucking mainland China.
6 divisions just got deployed by player in the back line.
Never mind, goodbye, Dora.
Hey, Dora. Can you say bolt action? Anyway, I think Dora is done exploring that little probe. But again, that's really good APM. That's trigger player doing that. I love that. Let's put some pressure. And now there's pressure on the front line again. That's really lovely to see. However, the Allies, I don't know if they're going to overextend here. Power drop! A power drop just came in. Oh, that's excellent. And that's going to possibly create an encirclement. A massive encirclement chance here for the Allies. If they get
cut off.
Oh, no, the forced attack paratrooper died. However, there is going to be 2 divisions getting cut off here, but possible counter-encirclement there on the left flank. It's all active.
Another encirclement there.
Yeah, but it could be reopened because of the retreat here. We might see a retreat and then a counter-encirclement. Oh, this These planes, again, you can't dig in as well. It's not defensible terrain, so seeing this back and forth is the chance. These light tanks are making a lot of work and putting in a lot of pressure, but this was really, really good maneuvering from the Allied player. I love that they're not resting on their laurels, and they actually managed to land that paratrooper. I did not see that coming right then. Really good use of the VDV divisions. We've got 2 encirclements. However, I did also just notice the chain breaker is out. There is a railway gun in Jinan, means that is going to be such a hard point. All of these battles is going to be supported by not only dominant Cass, but also that railway gun. But again, that was a good push, and now we're seeing a little bit of a calm again.
Look at Dora! Dora's back!
Oh, Dora!
Dora's back up in the north!
Swiper no swiping! Oh my god, they're going to hit Jinji. That's going to possibly cut things off. 2 of the tankettes just got encircled and then reopened. Everything is moving. Everything is moving right now, and I'm going to try and zoom out a little bit. So it's going to be a shame because I want to see the encirclements, but I also want to see what this cavalry division is doing. They didn't kill it off. I think the encirclement pulled players' focus. Now he's going to have to go back and have a look at those. He's railroading people to try and go and deal with that horse.
There's a problem with the naval invasion.
Yeah.
They can't do the naval invasion yet. They haven't assigned the units to it.
Oh, but also someone's across the river.
Oh.
Jinan's going to be so much more threatened now.
Yeah, I think that might have been a bridge too far, however.
Yeah, but again, the province to the north has now been open, so you can just move somewhere else across there. This is really good ground coverage. We're seeing pressure further up. Again, though, the thing that's stomping the Allied player, the Axis player and their advance, they've only gained 1 of the supply hubs. The Mountain Shimen one is still in the Axis Allied control. Jinan is still in the Allied control. If those 2 places fall, we're going to see a huge shift in the front line.
My cat is slightly cheating right now.
Look at her.
She is currently.
Damn.
She has been trying to swipe the Italian tanks whenever she sees them. But it looks like the front line has kind of stabilized a wee bit there, which is good.
You say that, but the Axis are on an advancer again. They're pushing further up to the north now. I think they are going to start trying to pressure that Mountain VP, hope to draw some of the attention, and then maybe make a push on Jinan. That would be what I'm doing. We might even see an encirclement coming here with that little bit of a gap. No, they've pulled away from the line. Again, really, really good play. We've got more. Also, the thing is, you got to remember, there's tanks on the front line. They are making a lot of good. Half of the tank force right now has slipped away for that naval invasion, which does have troops assigned, and we have just seen it launch. It is launching. There's also more tanks training in the back line. There's so many of these little tankette divisions, and they're putting so much work. I really like this Italian First Army pick for this map. The SPG's doing a lot of work. However, what are these street divisions here? There's some medium tank icons coming out. There's been a division swap up here from the Allies, and and the naval invasion landed. Oh god, I'm trying to keep an eye on 2 fronts right now.
I'm currently watching the naval invasion. They're going to be pushing up and across right now. I think their main focus here is going to be try and push across as much as they can here.
Well, the Italians are on the back foot now. We've got 2 divisions just got encircled on the front line, and unfortunately,
reinforcements. Reinforcements coming in from the Navy. Look at the naval landing.
And Qingdao has only got 1 division in. He needs to start prepping that now. Oh no, one of the tanks just got railroaded over. I need to take a look at this Allied tank division. What is in the street division, because it's showing up as tanks. Or it's mountaineers and 4 lines of medium tanks, plus medium flamethrower tanks. Those things are going to hit hard. I think that's a really good counter to the light tank meta that has been swamping the front line. What I'd also like to see is the Axis player break off some of their heavy ships and put them outside Qingdao for the naval bombardment, for shore bombardment.
Yeah, I think at this point, I don't think they're going to be able to take Qingdao. I think there's too many Allied forces nearby to it. They're just going to be holding on to that right now. I mean, you've got 6. They've got 6 divisions versus 4 right now. So actually, you know what?
A bit of an encirclement chance. A lot of the light tanks have been almost cut off by one of these medium tank mountaineer divisions. Although, got the retreat in time. He might get him reinforced memed. He might get reinforced memed here. We might be about to see a light tank get overrun. It did. It got overrun here. Oh, that was really, really bad. There's some real losses starting to happen on the Axis front line, and I want to see what the casualty rates are now. 223 versus 240, pretty even, but it's divisions on the board that are being removed. These Mountaineers, they are proving really difficult to beat, especially when they're being followed up by this infantry, and we're starting to see a pushback. The Allies have regained the supply hub here in the plains. Jinan is no longer under threat. It's up to Ximen, and I think the tide in the mid-game has now returned to the Allied favor.
Yeah, so that attempted naval invasion, beachhead is stopped. No progress being made on either side right now. I think the Axis, they really need to push across there, but I don't think they can, and the Allies, they can just hold it.
Oh, it was close to being another encirclement here.
Yeah.
It is back and forth. It really is back and forth, because the Axis can maneuver so much faster. However, the Allies are hitting harder.
89 days before the Allies win right now.
Yep, 89 days to make something happen. Having said that, Qingdao is now back under threat.
I think realistically here, Qingdao should hold, because the Axis, they don't have any more divisions that they can really hit into this right now.
So right now, what the Axis actually need to do is not hit Qingdao. They need to hit the units to the north of it and encircle Qingdao entirely, and then try and hit it on the back front. They've got a few of these port guard divisions, which I really don't think they need to
I'm
be
looking
using
at that
right now. Just throw them as bodies on the line for the encirclement bonus. Keep your big troops pushing forward. However, they don't want to waste all the supply. And oh gosh, look at how hard those Mountaineers hit in them. It's just pushing you off. I would pull out of the Qingdao
I think that's
pocket.
falling.
I think so too. The only time that you can push in there is when they retreat. Those Mountaineers are so strong. That's such a good... what do we call them? Power Ranger division? They're Mountaineers.
Yeah, Power Rangers, we're calling them
peak gameplay.
Hillbillies.
Hillbillies, no.
Hillbillies.
No, they're far more...
No, that'd be...
They're far more put together. This is no mere Grandpappy and his double barrel shotgun. This is the might of the Russian Soviet forces. The best Mountaineers with the weirdest tanks. Either way, it's working. Either way, it's smashing through. And it's causing a lot of problem for the for the Axis, and the Allies will win in 70 days now.
Yeah, so I'm really looking over towards, like we were talking about, Jinan. How are the Axis going to break through that stalemate? Because they're trying to push through with their light tanks, but it's just not really been enough.
Yeah, I think right now it's APM triggers is the only way you get through this. Where you've got the luxury of having these light tanks, now that they're not the king of the board, it's now these Mountaineers that are. You've got to try and divert the attention. I think you've got to try and draw... I'd say that, though. Ximen has just fallen. The supply hub north of Ximen, he needs to pin this division. So if he had pinned this reinforcement, he would have got the supply hub fully under his control. It flipped for the Axis very moment. This is that other pivot point here to the north. So these two pivot points back under threat. The Axis have regained their strength. They're definitely not out of this fight yet, but they've got a lot of work to do in 59 days. I don't think it's enough. Considering how hard they're being pushed out of Shandong right now. We're about to see an encirclement in Shandong. I'm worried. Fraser, I am worried for the longevity of the Axis front line. They might just about get this this pivot point, but they're going to lose Shandong for it. And if so, it's going to be a lot of road trucking. The good thing is, if they get this and this, it's going to shut off the supply for most of this southern front line, and it's going to have to push back behind the river. That would be the time to make... Oh, you pull these troops out.
I was about to say that.
God, pull those troops out. I don't think they're going to.
No, I think they're just going to hold that there. I think they're...
we have seen both of these supply points flip. So now, you've 49 days to try and push to either Qingdao or Taihuan. You're not taking Taihuan with how strong these Mountaineers are, but the Mountaineers aren't up there right now, so maybe.
Also remember the amount of time it takes to push through those mountains.
Yeah.
It's going to take time. It's not going to be quick. There's no fast travel. You're not playing Skyrim. You're going to have to take your time on that one. I don't think they've got the time for that, so I think they're going for the other option.
Yeah, they are, and unfortunately, I think this supply point is about to flip back in because, again, they didn't pin in Shy Men. They didn't have the ability to pin in Shy Men. This is a really, really good play from Rizzler. They're doing nicely. There's some Mountaineers on the front line. What is this division? Is it just basic?
40 days.
Yeah, it's basic. Okay.
Finally cleared out the Qingdao Peninsula, so allies firm control over that one right now. They've got the chain breaker sitting on Jinan. They recognize they basically just hold that position. They're sorted.
Yeah, and those Mountaineer tank divisions, those pseudo Space Marines, those Everest, those Peak divisions, just properly hammering the line back. Like, yeah, you can have it for all of 2 minutes. Now this is ours. Almost like the allies are leaving it open for them to take. The game has paused again. We have seen.
No disc. I didn't see.
I need to force it up. I'm sorry. That's like it's just Rizzler's got too much Riz on his internet, and it's pinging. However, the game needs to keep going. Good internet is skill. And I'm just going to keep forcing them through. Unfortunately, we're not
35 days here. 35 days. We are seeing another move coming in from the Italians, pushing across towards Jinan. They're 1 tile away from it right now. But again, I don't think it matters because they've only got that 1 tile there. They really need to be looking at, okay, how can we expand out this pocket? Because right now, all of these divisions, they could crush that. So again, a couple more units being pushed in for reinforcement there. 33 days. I'm not liking the look at this.
I'm not, but we did just see planning get activated, a staff office plan for the Axis. They are going for all that they can.
Yeah,
okay, they're caught up. I'm going to unpause.
Yep. Yeah, and again, with Chainbreaker just sitting right on Jinan, I do not like that.
Oh, massive win there for the Allies, getting those light tanks encircled. Again, these Mountaineers, Mountaineer tank divisions, they just pack so much of a punch.
It's a lot. Okay, so, this point, 26 days, 25, 26 days. Axis, they got to pull something out here, and the cipher has been broken. It's hella combat bonuses.
It really is. I think this is calling it. I think we are going to see Rizzler move into the final and player going into the playoff game, the third place playoff game, to see who becomes fourth, who comes third in tomorrow's gaming. I think. Hear me out. The 2 players that we've got next, we got Sigil and Sojan. I think they're going to be very happy with this result.
We're paused again. Was that you?
No, it wasn't. Rizzler is 2 days behind here. This is slightly frustrating that their internet is... I don't know. I need to think about this because I don't know if there's been an advantage gained by their lag and their delay here, especially when they're on the defensive. I'm not sure what. We will have to see after this.
We will discuss that. Yeah.
I think we'll have to see this after the game. God, it's 42,000 millisecond lag right now. Hold on.
Okay, so looking at this so far, we've got 20 days left for the Allies to hold on to this. 20 days left for the Axis to break it. I'm really not sure how this could pan out differently for the Axis.
Okay. I was going to say, someone just unpaused the game. I had it paused, but it was player that unpaused, so I'm fine with it. It's
yeah.
if it was Rizzler that unpaused, I would have probably would have taken this into a rule deciding scenario. But as player was the one that unpaused, we will continue here. There's 13 days left. I think unfortunately it's over for the Axis player. I don't think that they can get to the Qingdao or Taiwan in any time soon. There's too much on the front line. The stats are too strong. I really liked how their maneuvering was looking. It's just the build kind of came out on top in terms of the allies.
Again, Angel Conquest just finishing up there, but 6 days left.
And they're just losing too many men in the plains and encirclements.
Yeah.
Hilariously, there is a chance here that there's a division has made it around the back. If it can get there in Taiwan in 4 days. No, it can't. Okay. It is game. Right. I believe we are at
game and match.
So, player will be moving into our losers bronze match bracket, and Rizzler will be making it to the final.
That is it.
Yeah. That's it. I'm slightly disappointed with how the end of that game went. Again, as much as the game pauses and the slowdowns had a bit of an effect, I will say more than anything, the biggest nail in the coffin was actually the Axis play. Like, we say it as much, but like the encirclements, losing tanks into certain points, attacking at just the wrong time. Their strategy almost paid off and then started to slow down. They came up against essentially a strong division, stronger build. And their light tank advantage really just went against them. I'm looking at their logistics line right now. They're missing 6,000 guns by the end of it.
Again,
so that's they've lost so much.
Exactly as you're saying, with losing divisions to encirclements or being overrun, not only are you losing, I guess when we're talking about losing these units, it's the amount of time and investment that goes into it for the equipment, for the resources that are used to make it, how long it takes. Losing the light tanks, it has such an effect on your long-term ability to project power, and you could really start seeing, especially towards the end there, the Axis ability to advance was just crumbling.
Yeah, and they were just getting pierced by those medium tanks, out-armored by those medium tanks, and it turned what looked like a possible win to a quite clear defeat in the end. Do you want to talk to the players before we cut to break, or should we just keep the ball rolling and move on to the next semi-final?
I would say let's keep the ball rolling. Let's try and get on with the next game as quickly as we can, because honestly, that matchup was insane. But I know there's a lot of people who are watching right now who are really excited to see Sojourn versus Seagull.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we will see you just after these messages.
For the people. For freedom. For honor. We fight because we must.
Destiny demands action. Bind together a fractured government. Unchain an engine of war. A dragon long sleeping awakes in the east. Put an end to division as a united front. Or let the powerful seize liberty on their own terms. Forge an unstoppable doctrine. Bring identity to alliances old and new. The Pearl of the Orient prepares to weather an oncoming storm. Will you yield to its power or stand resolute? Death looms on every front, yet the future remains unwritten. How will you end the story?
Okay, so I still didn't manage to grab that slider, so I couldn't change the volumes. But hello, and welcome back to the Commanders World Championships 25-26. I am your host, Midgeman, and what a day we've had. What a day we've had so far, and what a day we've got yet to come. This is our semi-final day, and we're about to find out who's going to be moving through to the grand finals and who is going to be losing out from our harder bracket, shall we say. Let's take a look at the bracket. I'm going to go back to the nice fade stinger. I do apologize for how loud that is. Anyway, today we've just watched Rizla versus Player, with Rizla winning, moving through to our grand final, and Player going into the bronze match. Next up, we have the second semi-final, Sojourn versus Segel. Both of these players, within all of their rights, should be in the grand final, but they're meeting each other in the semi-finals, and only one will advance, and one will get knocked down to the loser bracket. I'm super excited for this game. It's going to be a really, really pumping good one, but I hope you guys are all doing well. Also, thank you again to our tournament sponsor, Hearts of Iron and Paradox Interactive. The prize money is getting funded by them. Their support, their continuous support for the Commanders mod and the community is beyond super cool. And if you'd like to, make sure you check out Hearts of Iron if you haven't already. If this is your first time seeing it, you can download the mod. The mod's free, but you need to buy the game, and it also helps if you have the DLC. And to get the DLC, I recommend the subscription service. The subscription service, for a smaller cost than the actual DLC prices, allows you to play all the DLCs. I like it as a try before you buy. Try the game with all the DLCs, work out which ones you want, and then pick them up when you can. It's the easier way to do things. And yeah, without further ado, I'm super excited to get this on the go. I want to meet the casters, and the casters are an epic duo. It is one of two people, well, it's two people you've already met. It is a previous world champion and one of the main mod developers. I would love to introduce to you Mohammed and Leonard. Take it away, boys.
Hi guys.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So today we're gonna have Segel versus Soy, and I'm really excited to see these matches because I already saw both of them play yesterday, and they both obviously they beat their opponents. And yeah, what can you tell me about these players, Mohammed?
Yeah, they're very strong players. They're both from the best players, and they're the favorites to win this whole thing. And they're meeting in the semifinals.
And the winner of them has to play against, I already forgot. It was Rizla who won. Okay. Yeah. So. we are currently in the background figuring out the lobby, so it takes a bit of our attention. Yeah. What map have we not seen so far in this tournament?
We actually have seen more of the classic maps. Nordwind we have not seen. Jewel we have not seen, or India. And we have seen more of the classic maps, more like Sun and Bloom, Across the Rhine, and At the Gates. But there's more maps to be discovered that have not been chosen by the players.
So Soy, for example, he played on Marco Polo and Desperado, and I think he went 2-0 against his opponent, and he showed pretty convincing performance. Regarding the maps that we haven't seen yet, I'm pretty sure that there's still Festung and the map in South America. I'm not sure if it's still in the current rotation of maps available, but I think these are the only two maps that we have not seen so far. And personally, I'm very excited to see the Festung ones, because I know it's a new map, and yeah, I'm really interested how it plays out. I'm pretty sure I mean, based on the location, since it's it's Germany, Poland, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
It should be a bit similar to Across the Rhine, but since the terrain is a bit different, I guess it's an exciting change.
Lennon, there is something to be said about choosing a new map that the enemy might not have practiced much on. That can throw your enemy off and can give you a whole game, almost a win, a free win.
So now we are gonna go to the map select, I guess, since the players are already in the game. They are basically both of them, like it's a best of 3. So both of them, one person has to choose the map and the other person has to choose the faction. And we're gonna do a coin toss first to figure out who's playing, who's doing what.
Hello, players. Welcome to the stream once again. I'm just cutting in here to get the coin toss. So, Soj, you outrank Segel in terms of the rankings, so it is your choice, heads or tails.
Okay, I think I gotta go tails again.
It's always fails.
It's tails.
Oh, fuck!
Soj, would you like map or faction?
I would like the faction, please.
Okay. Segel, what map would you like?
Oh, really? Okay, okay. I gotta do it. Let's go Desperado. I gotta do it.
Oh my god.
Okay.
This is what I prepared for.
This guy's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, and
Ooh, it picked this
Soj,
map.
what faction would you like?
I'll take Axis again.
Axis.
Fuck, okay.
Okay. Okay, so Axis Desperado. Let me just get the overlays and everything sorted. Okay, let us all ready up and let us get into the map for the faction bands.
Now I'm curious if you're gonna ban the same factions again. Sorry.
Who bans first here?
So, if the Axis player, would you please ban?
Sure.
USMC. Okay, now Siegel, you can ban.
Okay, fuck me. Okay. I was thinking, okay, shit. Alright, Luftwaffe, shit.
Luftwaffe, okay.
Okay, Luftwaffe is a standard ban. But USMC, last time you decided to ban Canadian first, as far as I remember.
Okay,
No, I
guys,
banned,
ready up. You have 5 minutes to get ready.
Yeah, thanks, FM.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so last time, what faction did he go for? Because Soy was also playing Axis, and he did a faction that was heavy on air. So
I saw Siegel being very disappointed. You know, the Axis was picked and then his USMC was banned.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure what he played last time. But last time, what he did is he went for high on air. He went for light tank, like light tank support and flame tanks. And with these light tanks, he had enough piercing because the allied player was doing tanks. And then, like, basically, he deleted his tank division and split them all into his infantry. So he had, like, I think it was around 30 armor. But since, Soy had, like, the Axis player had enough piercing, this was kind of countered. And then he basically, what I liked about him was he kept the pressure. Basically, he was already, I think he had 4 victory points while the enemy had 1. So he was already winning, but then he decided, oh, I don't let him come back, I go invade Miami instead. So basically, okay. Mohammed, how about you explain how this mod and game the map works?
So Desperado is in North America. You have 5 VPs. You have Havana, Merada, Dallas. So you have Havana, Yucatan, Louisiana. So you have 5 VPs here. It's a map where Navy matters as well, and also air, since Havana and Miami are both VPs. So yeah, it's a big map where you're gonna have to use Navy and a large army in the Texas front.
So the last time, like, Havana was ignored by both players for, I guess, nearly a year, roundabout. But then both of them tried to take it at the same time, with the Axis player having the upper hand there. Even though I think the other player had more Navy, but I don't quote me on this one. The bigger issue for the other player was last time that he basically got pushed, and then he didn't have airfields anymore, and he built fighters that were made for small range. So with your fighters, you're trying to get as many stats as possible for the range you need. So if you have an airport that is in the middle of the zone, for example, this here where the main combat is happening, there's one air zone, and if you have an airfield somewhere in the middle, the lowest range is kind of sufficient for full coverage, like for full mission efficiency. But if you get pushed out and you have these fighters, and then you kind of need the green air to get back, and yeah, it's kind of an issue. So what do you think we can see in the early game from their build? What can you tell me about their production?
Well, so far they're both building a land warfare facility, so that's probably for the flame tank. So very similar build, and they're both converting their mills, they're not building. So yeah, we see kind of similar construction.
It's kind of funny
yeah,
how Segel on the Allies is already deploying 3 types of units: a cavalry, a cheap infantry, and I guess his good infantry.
Yeah.
I guess both people are doing that actually, with the Axis player going for more cavalry.
I mean, at this level, you're gonna see a lot of similarities, especially at the start, like the first month.
These guys figured out the meta.
Yeah. You might still see surprises.
Do you want to give a prediction what factions they're gonna pick?
I think Siegel wanted to go US Marine Corps, but that got banned. So he could go US 12th Army, since that's a really good pick as well, or he could go Canada. But probably US 12.
So what is so strong about the US Marine Corps that he banned it?
Yeah, so US Marine Corps gets a really good navy, almost the best navy in this whole game. And also you get a free nuke that you could use on Havana to just take it. You could literally nuke and just land on it.
And the strat bombers that you get in the focus are enough for the nuke, I guess?
Yeah, and you could also use them. The strat bombers that you get, you could use them to bomb the military industry of the other player, and that's really annoying to play against.
I mean, imagine you have a nuke and then you nuke his airfield.
Yeah, that's tough. That's all the planes as well.
Yes.
Once you nuke an airfield, all the airplanes in the airfield get deleted. And imagine that's gonna be like your entire air force.
Last time it was possible by checking the MEOs to see what they are planning to do with tank-wise. So for example, I can only... Actually, it's kind of hard to tell, because last time there are also people that didn't go for tanks leveled up their MEO. But I'm pretty sure you cannot see it as the enemy. And the game just started.
Okay. And he could also do his MIO later on, so you never really know.
No. Because in contrast to vanilla, you start with level 4 on the MEOs, because otherwise you wouldn't get it in the time that the...
Yeah, you have a limited time of build up, a whole year, right? And then the war starts.
It's a little bit less than a year. The mod starts in April and the war starts in January 1st.
So 8 months. Yeah, even less.
And something that I've never really considered is that since the war always starts in winter, then people go for Finland, and there's a lot of snow. You get quite a decent advantage over the enemy if you have snow generals.
And that map, if you get the VP, especially in winter, it's very hard to retake it. You gotta wait for the summer.
Yeah.
Or like...
I mean, that was across the Rhine where it happened, where I think it was also Segel who said this, that it was very strong to have North Finland.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it matters on this map, because it's pretty far south.
Maybe like in the US, in some territory.
Yeah.
You're gonna see some snow.
And he's going for the dockyard pick first.
Oh,
that's something I don't really understand. Why
both players, even the Axis. They're both going dockyards.
We also, on the Axis player, we already seen the naval invasion lined up for Havana.
Yeah, and by the way, look at the Axis player, something completely new. He did the political power advisor, not a military or air advisor.
I was convinced that this one was bad.
Yeah.
Like, I always wanted to double the political power again, because of the small amount of time that you have. I know it's very cheap for 50, but still.
But you have limited time. You don't have, like, the luxury to do that.
No. and the allied player is not building trains. I mean, he has assigned 1 mill, so he probably wants to go up. But actually, both players, because that was actually that was it Sega's opponent? I'm not sure. That didn't have enough planes and trains, and then he was running around with 58% supply fulfillment all the time. Because if you don't have enough trains, you're just limited to that amount of supply.
Yeah,
and he's
on
also
everything.
going. Yeah, he's also going for a naval invasion of New Orleans. Literally the same that he did last time. Just this invasion of Havana is new. Because last time he went into the marsh tiles here, and then he tried to get as many marsh tiles in the direction of New Orleans. I don't really understand, why wouldn't you just invade New Orleans or the tiles next to it? Why these 2 tiles?
Yeah, and New Orleans is also a port that gives supplies, so that's really good, and it's also a marsh tile.
Yeah.
And the airbase as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so the marsh tiles are the airbase, not really Orleans, but Orleans is a port.
So the airbase is okay, it's there. And then it's already level 5 airbase at the start. So I guess, yeah, that explains why people go for it.
Yeah. But if you were to check the Allied destroyer design in their navy, they're going a light attack build on their destroyers, while the Axis is going torpedoes on the destroyers. We'll see how that works. What do you think, Leonard?
I don't know. But if I would spend some time on an Excel sheet, I could figure it out.
Yeah, I'm thinking light attack could do well against the destroyers.
I mean, it also depends a little on what the enemy is doing. Like if he doesn't have enough screening, for example.
Yeah,
With
the light attack could deal damage.
Because as far as I remember, light destroyers have very little piercing. And let me think. He has torpedoes, and the other player has light attack. So I have to look at the Axis focus. What he's going for Italy actually.
Oh, Italy's gonna have battleships.
Yeah, so battleships with light attack are good, right? I don't know about the screens. I don't know about the screens you get from.
It depends also on the allied faction pick.
But since the Axis player is spamming torpedoes, it's kind of obvious. Sorry, torpedo destroyers. That's his screen, and they don't have armor, so the light attack should be probably pretty good against them.
Yeah, and if he picks a strong naval faction, he can win navy.
So, what combat width would you advise for on this map?
Probably like 30 is good. 30 to 32. It's not a big map. It's not the biggest map, but 30 to 32 is pretty good.
Because of forests and plains at the same time, I guess.
Yeah. On a bigger map, I would go for like a lower combat width.
And did they already start researching their flamethrower tanks? No, they don't have enough breakthrough yet. So what are flame tanks good for?
Yeah, so flame tanks are really good for forest tiles, city tiles, and marshes as well, and across rivers. If you zoom in into Texas, you get to see a lot of forest tiles, a lot of rivers. So this is a prime flame tank territory.
So can you explain how flame tanks help you across rivers?
They light up the rivers, I guess. I don't know. But they do give a modifier for
That's always something I was wondering about.
Yeah.
They can't
they
swim.
light up the river. Yeah.
I mean, I guess if they use oil for the for the ignition, then maybe that floats. I don't know. Probably doesn't make sense.
Yeah, probably not. But in the game, it gives a modifier. So.
Or just something because it's supposed to be the replacement of engineer companies, and they give river stuff. So you also get some in when you go for flamethrower tanks.
Also, the Allied did 3 dockyard focuses, by the way, while the Axis, I think, only did 1. Yeah. See, the Allies have...
I mean, I was already it was already weird when he had 4 lines of destroyers lined up.
Yeah.
Like 4 lines of 10. So I was wondering how many dockyards is he gonna have.
Yeah, well, they don't cost that much steel, actually. If he was building heavy cruiser or something like that, he would run out of steel.
But I also think you're not... Actually, he is limited on steel. He's -5 already.
Yeah, by a little bit, yeah.
But it's like you can always expect to get 1 victory point, and each victory point, they give resources. So it's...
Resources, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 44, I don't know how much you get with the occupation law. But it should be something like 30 or something at least.
Yeah, probably
si-
25, 30.
Yeah, and since you're on, how's it called, closed economy, you get all of these resources.
You're gonna get it all. Unless resistance happens and it sabotages the resources.
But can't you, for example, go harsh quotas or something that gives you more resources?
Yeah,
Because
but
there are
that
no factories
costs
in
more
there?
guns. That costs
Okay.
more guns.
So you would say, I mean, unless you're lacking resources, I guess it's not worth it.
It's a trade-off, right? Let's see, the Allies, Commonwealth 8th Army, that's a really strong naval pick, while him also doing 3 dockyard focuses, his navy is gonna be really strong.
So how strong would you say are the aircraft carriers?
They're decent. Obviously, the US Marine Corps has better ones, but the Commonwealth also has battleships. So it's kind of a balanced navy with the Mediterranean Fleet focus tree.
I mean, carriers are usually very good against the battleships, right? And Italy gets 3 of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if he already has them. Probably not. We're trying to find them. He has 1. And they don't have any... I mean, they have 5 anti-air design. Yeah, they basically have no anti-air. And he goes for Aces of the Sands, which gives him 100 fighters?
Okay, look at the
150
Axis.
fighters,
He's doing...
yeah.
The Axis is doing the breakout fleet, and that gives him the battleship that he needs.
Yeah.
So his fleet is gonna have
4
additional
battleships
3
then.
battleships.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 battleships.
Does it only give 3 battleships, or is there also some other stuff around it?
Some destroyers, I guess. It's a fleet with 3 battleships.
I'm just really curious why they put so much in Navy in both of them. Because usually Navy is it's decided pretty fast. You have one big fleet engagement, and then there's like a clear winner. And if you don't,
Yeah.
So I guess it's a high gamble for both of them.
Yeah, and that will decide Havana.
And you never know what factions. I mean, at what point can they figure it out? Because right now they should not be able to see. Sometimes they can see it from the ships.
but you can.
I remember that. You look at the ships that the enemy gets, and then you see, oh, he has a battleship. This cannot be this and this nation, because they don't have battleships.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to go to the Allies and go into the Intel Ledger, you would see a Latorio class. You would think this is more Italian, right?
Yeah.
And then from the names, you could kind of guess.
So if you're a player, you have to be very quick. Rename your ship to, I don't know, Scharnhorst class or something. So it sounds like a German ship.
Yeah, if you have the time for that.
Yeah, I don't think you have the time. Because you see, if it's
Three
17th
name
of December, we're already on 3 speed now, because war is going to start next month.
And
we
if you were to look at the Axis, he has 15 military factories on aircraft, and the Allies has 15 as well. So they're even in aircraft production.
But the Allies player is only building fighters.
Yes.
He gets
the
no
Axis-
fighters. He actually gets... Well, I don't want to say something wrong. He gets Desert Air Corps, yeah? So he also gets 150 fighter spawners. I don't know how they compare against each other, because the spawn-in fighters are not that esports, so to speak. They are somewhat historical.
Their Super Marine Fighter ones are not the best.
Yeah.
But the
You
Navy's good.
Is it worth to refit them to something useful? Like, for example, if I look at the design, you kind of just need to add some armor plates and some, how's it called, self-sealing fuel
I mean,
plates.
with the refit cost, it's better honestly building your own fighters.
Okay. So you just take the advantage, because for the air superiority, it doesn't matter what design you have.
Yes,
it's like
it's
one
just a
plane
fighter.
gives 1 superiority or something like this.
Yeah.
And then if you have the early advantage, then your cast flies.
Okay, war started. The Havana invasion for the Axis has launched.
And the other player
well
has
as
not
the-
launched his invasion, though.
Yeah.
I guess because of the Navy superiority, he cannot launch it. But he also didn't try to press the button.
Yeah, no. And he only has his navy in the Gulf of Mexico.
But since he invested so heavily into Navy, the other player, I'm pretty sure we can see some invasion at some point.
Yeah,
I'm not-
he could
it's-
be looking just to win Navy for now and then raid Havana.
Yeah. I don't think his focus tree gives him Marines, and it does not.
And Commonwealth 8th Army.
And
no,
there
it
we
doesn't.
go. We see the invasion that he did on the Marshals. It definitely has.
It landed and it got the airport as well.
Oh, we have some technical issues here. Like Segel is lagging behind. Maybe we need to pause for
yeah,
a second
50
to
Yeah,
let it catch
55
up.
hours.
That goes to
Yeah,
Mr. Studio,
Siegel.
if you're here. So you're saying that lagging is against the rules. Okay, that makes sense.
Siegel is 100 hours behind.
And now we have like these two very bad cavalry divisions fighting across the river with insane penalties.
Into a marsh, yeah.
Segel
Yeah.
is asking for, yeah. Let me see. He said his PC is crashing.
Well, that's probably because he's also streaming his end of things, I believe. Okay.
And I think we already missed something. There's a naval battle going on right now. So at least we have
Oh, yeah?
sufficient time to look at this. So
Yes.
something I figured out really late into like, I don't know, after a few thousand hours, that you can just hover over these flags and then you see a summary of the battle basically. So we can see that the allied player dealt 21% of the enemy damage, and you can see that most of the damage was done by light guns, which kind of makes sense because he's just spamming destroyers with light attack. You can also see that his screens, like the destroyers, they did 71% of the damage, and his naval bombers so far, like we talked about this, they didn't deal that much damage. But this can also be because of the storm. I don't know if this looks like it's storming. Weather rain, yeah. You can see we get some heavy.
It's a rain, not a storm.
Yeah.
But
So, yeah.
still, these naval bombers are the spawners. That's not his own, so they're not the best.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get rehosting. You guys can still analyze the map.
And if
Yeah,
you...
but again, his light attack is really doing damage and is killing the destroyers. While the Axis, most of the damage is done by still light guns, but he doesn't have as much.
What do you mean? The Axis damage?
Heavy guns.
You have to...
Heavy guns.
It's heavy
sorry.
guns, yeah. It's 60%
Yeah,
of it.
60%.
It's his spawn in.
It's the battleships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he did 500 damage and the other player did 900 damage. Well, I think we know who's winning then.
Yeah, almost double.
But it also depends on how much HP you have.
You know, Leonard, I didn't know about hovering the flag. Probably a lot of players don't know about this. You know, you
Yeah,
have
there's always like this game gives you so much information. Sometimes you just have to find it. And what else can you see here? If you hover over the guns, like before I knew this flag stuff, I always hovered over the guns. Because there you can see
same.
I dealt 8% health damage, and then you look at the other guns, and then you can see, oh, this is only 4%.
Not as good, yeah.
So we're doing a quick rehost until the lobby is up. We can still continue to look at the build. So I wonder why he started lagging the moment the war started.
Yeah, that's tough because that's one of the most important times of the game. This is where you take the VPs and.
Do I want to know what this abbreviation stands for? Flame tanks, no EM. No idea. Interesting design, definitely. And the new lobby is up, so we gotta switch over to that one.
Hold on, let me take you off screen first. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing a quick rehost because Siegel was lagging. But you see, Siegel is winning the naval battle.
The only question is, when the Axis player already landed, what usually
he's
happens
on his
is
way.
you-
He's on
you
his
just-
way, and no one
you
is
just-
raiding him.
Yeah, you just need to bunker up on the island, and since people optimize their air for the main land battle, they have low range, and so if one player has some of their fighters on the island, they have full coverage of the island, obviously. So the enemy has like a super hard way to get on this island again, especially if they don't have marines. I think that's one of the reasons that Segel was a bit disappointed that USMC got banned, because then he would have gotten an M-Track division, which makes it somewhat easy to land.
Yeah, easy, really easy to land, and also get a nuke. Even if that invasion fails, you could just nuke Havana and get it.
Oh, he can still do that, right? Like, there's no way that the Axis player always contests the air there.
Oh yeah, that's true. If he's losing the air, then
currently struggling to get into the... now I'm in. Okay. I guess I typed something wrong with the password. So both of them are going for their normal victory points, and both of them got kind of similar victory points, I guess. Then, because in the middle there are 2, and the other player got his, and the other one got also his. The Marshal behind the river in New Orleans, I would say it's somewhat easy to defend. But in the past, we have seen people just clicking them out. I don't know. Like it's sometimes feels weird because you have a big river into a marsh tile, and then you think it's easy to defend, and then when the enemy attacks from 4 different directions, he might still win in the end.
Especially with marines and like flame tanks and using all these modifiers.
And last time when Soy was also playing Axis in this case, since he went for a faction that had air spawnings and the enemy didn't. He had Cass at the beginning, and I think that's the main reason he was so strong early on. But now this time, Segel also went for a faction that got Desert Air Corps, right? As he also gets 150 spawn-ins. So they should be somewhat equal, with Segel only building fighters, and Soy also having he has 10 on fighters and 5 on Cass. So it's some... I mean, there's the same amount of factories on air, but since Segler is focusing on just fighters only, he should have some advantage. It also depends on who gets which airports. If you get a better airports, you might just compensate this lack of fighter projections with the better position in the air zone.
Yeah, and it gets also to the design of the aircraft. Who has the better design?
I mean, I heard it's pretty much standard.
Pretty standard, yeah.
You put 3 heavy machine guns on the top slots. And then basically the bottom slots are, the self-sealing fuel tank and the
range
armor plates
and air defense armor plate.
But then you swap, if you need more range, you swap out 1 armor plate.
Yeah.
Is it correct?
I do. Yeah, you do the fuel tank and the range and armor plates. Then you have enough range. You should have
and then
enough range.
some Zero said that you could also, instead of having 3 heavy machine guns, only take 2 and then 1 light machine gun for less weight. I'm not sure what exactly it gives you. I guess it's some kind of range build that you might need on certain maps.
Yeah, and maybe because you're gonna be overweight, and you're gonna have to use dual engine, which is inefficient.
So I'm currently a bit lost what other spawn-ins they get. I know that the allied player here gets some infantry spawn-ins, like the Indian Gurkhas
Rangers
as far
as
I
well.
remember. And Rangers, okay. Rangers should be pretty good because we have a lot of forest tiles here. But the Axis player, the Italian, what does Italy get again? Do they get the light tech division or something?
Yes, and 3 Montagnards, elite Montagnards, which you could convert into Rangers and save the elite.
But then you still need to do the Ranger doctrine, right? Like the special force.
Yeah, you don't get it. You have to.
Because I don't think that mountaineers are particularly useful on this map. At least I haven't found any mountains yet.
Also later on, Italy gets ground support. So if he wins the air, his cast is gonna do a lot of damage and 10% division attack, which Britain does not get, or the Allies.
It's time to continue. And let's hope that the connection is now stable.
Yeah.
I'm really curious if when we will see this invasion onto Havana from the allied player. Because with this naval battle going in favor of the allies.
That depends on the naval battle.
I mean, it currently goes into the favor of the allies, but since the Axis player is already on the way, I mean, he's going with 2 cavalry divisions, but they can be converted, and then basically they reinforce, and with local supply, he should be able to...
The Axis landed on Havana. He's already there.
So even if he gets cut off, he can still sustain these units.
Siegel gets New Orleans. He was complaining about him maybe losing it, but he did get it.
and he already has some quality divisions on it. Yeah, and he
The naval
decided
battle
to go
is
for
done.
30 roofs, if I'm not
With
mistaken.
the Axis losing a lot of screamers.
So we have forest tiles with 60 combat width and an additional 30 combat width, which is very good for the infantry. I'm not sure about marshals. I actually never looked at this. It's 50 combat width, so it's like mountains.
Yeah. By the way, if you to look at the Italian Navy, it's bad. It needs to repair, but he has it on never repair. He needs to change it and start repairing these battleships.
I mean, he kind of
Otherwise,
needs to
Navy is
invest
not-
into Navy if he wants to have it back.
Yeah,
Like, he needs to
it's
go
gonna
for
be
the
hard
rocket
for him.
focuses.
But you see many battles happening in New Orleans.
Yeah,
The
he's
Axis
pushing-
is trying to cross the river.
I mean, the other players already going for force attacks.
Yeah.
But
You
still,
see,
red
the
bubble
cast
everywhere.
damage of the Axis, their cast is actually doing a lot of damage in the battles.
I mean, which is kind of insane because it's just 28 of them.
Yeah, but with no anti-air from the allied player, it hurts.
I'm also wondering why he's not using more ground crews.
Actually, he does have anti-air, but not on all his troops. Some of them do not have anti-air. Now the VPs are 3-2 in favor of the Axis. Axis having Havana, Merida, and Dallas.
The only question is how long can you hold this? Like the Havana one. Because even if you would already, I think if you would launch this invasion right
It's
now,
forced by Siegel again.
This infantry like division here, like the cavalry, should be so bad that he would just land with these 2 infantry, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, unless the Axis converts it and moves more division. You see north of on New Orleans, he's trying to cross, but the allies are reinforcing with better divisions, and it's very hard to. But it could get memed.
I mean, it's already on last stand, right? And you can see the strength dropping to 16, 15, and it should be deleted very soon.
10. Yeah, it's gonna be deleted soon.
And
unless
I'm
one
not
of
sure
the
if he
divisions
reinforces. He has 2%. Ah, I got it.
Oh, that was lucky.
It's like an hourly chance of 2% per division.
Yeah, and he got the 2%.
And these divisions should be able to win the battle, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really important that he keeps his tile because actually he's not cut off, but I don't think you can hold New Orleans.
Oh, it got memed.
Yes, you got reinforced memed, just as we talked about it.
And he pins, but the Axis is still moving from the north as he railways back and last stand, but he gets memed again and entrenched on New Orleans. He could lose New Orleans because he unentrenched the troops.
I mean, these
Allied
reinforced
player-
memes are really bad. He should probably make
Yeah.
some 25 verse for these tiles.
The Axis player stopped assaulting New Orleans. He was close to reinforce meming it. And you see the Axis player fully occupying Havana or Cuba.
So, I mean, how did he actually take everything there? He just uses 1 cavalry to go all.
Yeah,
everywhere?
he just walked
It
around.
was
And if
kind of
the
risky.
Yeah, if the Allies invaded then, he would have lost Havana. But still, the Axis is pushing for the 4th VP of New Orleans.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that he will take this though. Like how would the other? He's now. I mean, the issue is that he had was he got reinforced meme on the marsh tile. So maybe if the Axis player would just attack again, so if the
Yeah,
other
try
player
it
would attack
again.
him, he could also meme him out. Because the combat width
Yeah.
of the Axis player should also be 30, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and he's also not planning to make any smaller units. Since it's only in 2 tiles, it's probably not worth it.
That's the thing, probably 26 or 24 would be better in this map because of how many marshes are there. That's why you gotta be adapted, you know, you can't just always do 30, 30, 30 with.
Yeah. And it's also these marsh tiles are kind of the deciding ones, I would say.
Yes.
Because if there's like a structure, I don't know, this or like for example mountains or in this case marsh tiles, since they are also harder to push back, it's way easier to advance there.
You see an attack on New Orleans.
Yeah. I mean, he has good stats on the defense, but
Yeah,
what
but he's
usually
last
happens is,
standing.
since he has like so many units that he can, like the Axis player can attack with, he can basically just cycle them out. So you just keep attacking, make sure that the enemy cannot reorg, and then over time you will get it. You will have high losses, but since it's a victory point, it's really worth it. And yeah, that's kind of the game. The game, right? You wanna take the victory points, because then the time ticks down way faster. So if he would lose the victory, like this victory point as well, then I think he probably has like 150 days left or something. In comparison to now, 275.
The naval battle could turn because Seagull just has his navy on patrol and never repair, while the Axis is repairing his battleships.
That is true, and it's somewhat damaged. Like I see a lot of ships that are quite low.
Yes.
And usually when they're low, they have like also some other damages, and then they have like sometimes minus 50% from some, I don't know, engine failure or something.
You have one of the heavy ships on heavy fire for the Allies.
Yeah, I wonder how long it can burn.
Yeah, it's navy organization minus 50 and
there's
minus 80.
one. Yeah.
Yeah,
and this
tough.
makes this ship pretty much useless, because if you're low on ore,
pretty useless.
you also deal less damage.
The Axis player is...
Okay, now he's actually trying to push it back.
Yeah.
But
why did he stop? He's doing
he had
good
green
damage.
bubble. But I'm also curious why he's not using his air, and he's not training it even. Like he has 200 planes just sitting there not training. I guess that's...
300.
I guess Segal is a bit overwhelmed here.
I mean, he doesn't have a good airport, honestly. That's why New Orleans was a really important airport to get.
But can't he just build one in Arkansas?
Yeah, he could build his own, but he converted all his civs to mills almost. He has only 3 civs working.
This is the meta now. Everyone converts everything, and then I wonder why I don't have an airfield.
And then there is no construction, and you can't build anything.
Yeah. And he couldn't... I mean, he hasn't done the civ focuses yet, right? So he could still do the civ focus and continue to build the airport. Yeah. But it's kind of sad when you... I'm pretty sure you also went for the fighter design that gives you... Oh, he has good range. He has 1,100 range. So he should be able to... Oh, he still needs a better airfield, like if he...
Oh, he reinforced the tile north of New Orleans. While that is happening, Seagull is using a lot of force attack and last stand. That is really hurting him.
He's down to 14 command power, so soon it's gonna be over with... okay, he's attacking out of New Orleans, losing all his
New Orleans, yeah.
I think that was a bad play. We will see how it's gonna turn out. Because the Axis also doesn't have the most units in that area. Like he has everything stacked up.
Actually, Seagull could... Oh, now it's encircled.
Yeah, that's huge.
Not so soon. The Axis might lose the encirclement. Oh.
What?
Right. And that's a surrender from Seagull. An early surrender from Seagull.
Was this a misclick?
Not really sure. He disconnected. I don't think so.
No. Okay, that was unexpected.
That's an early surrender from Seagull.
I'm pretty sure it's because of him having air that he cannot use, and now having no civs to build airports.
And a new airport, yeah.
Yeah, and how would he get?
But he was winning Navy.
Yeah, but how would he get out of the situation? I mean, in my opinion, he could have done the civ focuses and just built the airports. Maybe there's something that he was in a disadvantage with that we don't know of.
Well, see. Yeah, well, Seagull is now, he lost the first game, so he has the map pick. He can choose what he wants to pick.
Okay, my camera should be working again.
Yeah, everyone, we're just I mean, we understand that could be a surrender right now, but we're just we're gonna see if we can double check with them. However, the person I've asked is my little gnome is just distracted.
I mean, he pressed surrender. It's kind of hard to go into your decision tab and then press surrender on accident.
True. That's very true. Okay. All right, then round out why you think that happened, boys, and I'll go back to my little tech dungeon and get the next map set up.
Yeah, that was him losing New Orleans makes the VPs 4-1 for the Axis. That could be one of the reasons as well.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, then he would have had like 150 days-ish left, where he would still have to figure out how to get a new airport and how to actually use his planes.
He would
It's kind of
take
sad
the
when you,
civ focus. It takes time.
when you spend half your modes on just building planes, and then you cannot use them at all.
And then you can't use them, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, like he did not try to get Havana, even though it was empty for some time. Well, the Axis player was occupying the rest of Cuba. And you could actually see that if you have a submarine there scouting, you could see that the cavalry division moved, you know?
I mean, I would even say from having his navy up there on patrol, he should have been able to see it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true, but he did not have it in that zone.
Like when you have your navy on patrol, basically the fleet goes around tile by tile, province by province, and whenever it's on the coast, you can see the units on the beach. So you should be able to spot them over time. You never know if you see all units, but you can see. I mean, obviously he didn't put his whole army there because it was in the mainland. So yeah, I think he should have tried to invade it, because then he would have had way more time to actually come up with the counter.
Yeah, he would have at least 2 VPs, and that like increases the time by a lot to actually do something. Maybe fix your air, or because he had better air. He had similar design with more mills on it.
Okay, boys. Hello, I'm cutting in here. Whilst we're just discussing these things, we're going to throw to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with the second semi-final very soon. Greetings, Commanders. Hello and welcome back. Sorry about the technical pause there. We're getting things straightened out. Let me explain to you what has happened. So Segel did indeed forfeit match 1. We're going to be coming back in with match 2. There is a few production concerns about connection and FPS right now, with claims being thrown around about the screen sharing method we're doing lagging out the game. That shouldn't be the case. That only relies on your internet browser and your personal up and down with a little drain on resources. There could be an issue with the browser, like the internet browser itself, but again, not enough to cause so many issues, and also players have been completely fine up to this point. So we're keeping with the method that we use for moderation of this event, and we are continuing along that path. Players will still be made to screen share. We do have a secondary option for handling that moderation, but we are not going to progress down that path right yet. In a moment, we will be rejoining the players with their map pick for match 2, and we'll be bringing in our same hosts, Leonard and Mohammed. But I wanted to take the moment to thank you all for being here thus far. We can't do these kind of events without your support, and we hope to see that one of you might be the next generation of Commander as well. This World Championship, this is not the first. I hope to goodness that this won't be the last, and there could be a player in there, in that heart of yours. You watching, I'm looking at you specifically. You might be the next world champion. Do you have what it takes? You can find out by heading over to doros.to/HOI Commanders. All the links are in the YouTube description for these events. And thank you again to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this event. We couldn't be able to put this sort of thing on without you, without your sponsorship. And if you guys want to, if you haven't already, make sure you check out HOI. If you don't have HOI, you can't play Commanders, and that would be a very, very sad day. And I recommend also you check out the subscription service. Pick up as many DLCs as you want for a small monthly fee, and then maybe try some of the, and then you can cancel at any time, and then pick up the DLCs you want to play with. Okay, I'm going to throw over to my good friends Mohammed and Leonard to continue with a little bit of casting before we head into the map pick. Hello, boys. Hello, you're now unmuted. Apologies.
So now we are okay. We were not unmuted. Hey guys, how are you?
Now we can talk. Yeah. Lena, Midgeman talked about that anyone could become the next, champion and player and play.
I don't think he's including me there.
I mean, you could, Leonard, if you put in the time.
No, it's over. I mean, you have won. We have won once, right? Like one big tournament. I know you have been number 1 twice, and I think you probably also made like the number 2 or something in other tournaments.
Yes. The first tournament I think ever in Commanders, where it was like mostly streamers, I watched that from my home, and I was like, this looks good, and I joined the server and I tried it out, and I eventually won tournaments.
So I'm gonna.
So Leonard.
Okay, it might be a bad time to mention this, but I think I'm lagging again.
Yeah, you are. I just wanted to say this. It's like, so, can you open? We're gonna do some live tech testing. Can you open your resource monitor for me, like on your PC, and see what's happening?
I have 80% CPU usage.
Holy moly!
In the Ninja link, it always says that I'm maxing out, because I think the biggest issue is that is it the bitrate that is too high? Maybe?
No, I've turned down all the bit rates and stuff. So this is the thing. So what internet browser are you using?
I'm using Brave.
Can you try?
It's a Chromium one.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, I used the exact same yesterday, and we didn't have any issues.
So the only thing I can think of is linking you and the other person having issues, Segel, is you're both in Germany.
Yes, but it's not a German issue.
No, so I'm wondering if the internet is being racist at this point. No. And it's using all your CPU usage.
Yeah. So for some reason, I try to use a different codec that uses GPU.
Yep.
But it always goes back to CPU again.
Interesting. Because again, I'm using Chrome. A Chrome browser for all of these web sources, and I'm currently only using 5% of my CPU with it. So,
Okay, if you click on the bitrate in the what Ninja link, it will give you some details. And then you can see, if you scroll down and search a bit, you can see the video codec. And if it's VP8, then it's VP9, then it's CPU. Because I think whenever I spike to 100%, I start lagging. I can try to give, how's it called, higher priority to the processes.
hold on, you've now completely disappeared. Wow, so it might actually be the Video Ninja. Okay, I'm gonna quickly. Hey Fraser, we've come up with a possible linkage between CPU usage and Video Ninja.
Can they hear you on broadcast?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, fantastic. Hello there.
Everyone
Okay.
can be heard right now.
Okay, fair enough. So, how about we quickly toss to a break?
Again?
And potentially?
I think we just pull the pin and go method 2 for Segel.
Yes. Okay.
Because with Leonard, it doesn't matter too much. Sorry, Leonard, but I'm going to put the competitor over you. Go to method 2 for Segel. And Fraser, I have a backup idea.
Yep.
You throw the OBS. You capture it through OBS.
Yep.
And then you connect to his VidNinja with the OBS.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm putting down?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, okay. How many monitors do you have, sir?
I have 2.
Watch his stream, pop it out, and throw it on, and then throw that through VidNinja.
Yep, got you.
Okay. While you set up, I will talk to my lovely casters. Hello, casters. Throwing back to you. Leonard, I will throw your bitrate down, but it didn't seem to help with Segel with Segel and the.
I put the process priority higher.
Okay.
On the browser, so at least now I don't seem to be freezing.
No, you don't. I don't know what's going on there. That sounds specifically like a browser-related issue, rather than the program itself. Because again,
the issue seems that it's only using my CPU and not my GPU.
So that would mean that you don't have GPU turned on for the browser, perhaps?
No, it's on.
Like a GPU.
Hardware acceleration.
Hardware
it's on,
acceleration. Oh. Interesting. Well, either way, Mohammed, you're a previous world champion, and you've been in situations, obviously, where things are stressful. Emotions are high, tensions are high, especially with especially, for example, where Segel is right now. He's annoyed, Tech's letting him down. He's thrown a first game. And you've been in cases where you've thrown first games quite a lot. Let's be real. It was a trait of yours. How do you recover from that? Like, how do you get calm? Like, what's the process like?
I mean, I would say for Sega right now, he just needs to remember that he could still win. If he wins the next 2 games, he could still win this best of 3. You know, it's not lost. Even though he lost the first game, he could still win if he plays good, stays calm, does a strategy. He wins the next 2 games, he goes into the finals. So it's not yet lost. It's within his control, to bring it back and win this best of 3. Yeah, but he just needs to, realize that.
Do you think we are already good to start with the draws of the map? So the first map was chosen by Soy, right?
Yeah, so the loser picks, so it will be Segel.
Segel, yeah.
I'm just making sure that we've got the tech connected with the new system. So give me 2 moments.
Is that what you want me to do?
Right now I'm seeing double of thingy, but yes. But full screen it on Segel's streamed screen. Yeah? You follow?
Not in the slightest. I need you to type this, dude. Have you ever watched Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2, where they're trying to explain to Groot like what they want Groot to do, and Groot doesn't understand what Groot has to do? I'm Groot.
I'm Groot.
Yeah.
That was the only thing he said, right? I'm Groot.
Yeah, I am Groot.
It's
So
been
Segel
a long time since I watched
currently...
these movies.
The Segel is currently connected via a VOD Ninja, right? Get him to
Yes.
disconnect.
Yep.
And yes, do exactly what you're doing right now, but it's his screen, not mine.
I love when you change absolutely nothing from one day to another. You can still have tech issues.
Just type it
I
for
am.
me.
I am.
I
Okay, fill the air while I type, guys.
Yeah, it's strange, you know, like nothing changed from yesterday to today, and somehow stuff still pops up. Even though nothing changed. But yeah, last game, an early surrender from Seagull. We'll see if he can bring it back in the next 2 games. And Soj did play good. He used his air while Seagull could not use his air.
Oh! Fuck me! I get you now. Sorry, I could not understand what Midge was asking me to do. I understand now.
Go onto his channel, let him open the stream in Discord, and then record the stream.
Yep, I understand that.
Leonard, do you
are
think
you
Seagull
then-
can?
Yeah,
Do you think Seagull can win? Still?
of course. You know, he just lost because of his connection issues, right? That's the only reason.
Yeah, I mean, could be cope, could be cope.
Yeah, could be cool.
Okay, I'm going to bring both the players up for the map pick.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. We are moving on to the next map selection. So, Segel, as you lost that first game, it is going to be your map pick. Is Soj back?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just remembered all of a sudden that, oh my gosh, didn't he say he went away? So, Segel, it is your map pick.
Yeah, I pick Baltic Blitz.
Baltic Blitz. Okay. Soj, what faction?
Okay. I will take Axis.
Okay. So we'll do, if my little tech goblin, also known as Fraser, would select the correct map and also make sure that you have the ban system on under the game settings.
How do I... Oh, okay.
2
Bottom.
bands now.
Bottom right and select
Yeah,
2
there's the
bands, and then
carryover.
make sure you hit back rather than reset, because otherwise it will clear.
So in the last game we had US Marine Corps and Luftwaffe band. So make sure to log that in first.
Okay, do me a favor. Look at my stream image. What do you need me to do here?
Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, is it changed?
I can look. 1 second.
Okay.
No, go back out of that window. I mean, did you already select the map? No,
No,
you didn't.
no.
Go back to that window, sorry. And then Baltic Blitz. It should be somewhere at the top. Left? Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Now we have the correct map. And now you go to game rules on the right. And there you can select bands. I think you have to scroll down. Enable band system. There it is. And then 2 bands each.
Thank you. And yeah.
And now just go back. I mean, you didn't have to save it, reset.
Yeah. Okay. Why does it not let me go into...
It's fine. It's fine. You already are on spectator. You can just not ready up as a host because you press the start button.
Of course. Yeah, thank you.
Segel, how about you take your allied faction?
Yeah, of course.
And I think then we can already get in game.
Yeah.
So how is the ban order defined? Is it whoever picks the faction gets the first ban? Or how does it work?
I've just been... normally I've been saying Allied first, Axis second.
Okay.
Yeah, so Allies or Seagull, go ahead and choose your ban.
Luftwaffe was already banned. So I should choose my second ban right now, or what?
Yes, second
Yes,
ban.
your second ban.
North Finland.
Okay, North Finland
I
group.
understand that.
And the Axis, go ahead with your ban.
I think I'll just get America out of here entirely.
Alright, the other US faction.
Okay, so we are going to have a slightly extended period here. So we're going to bump the preview time up to 7 minutes for setup, just so the Fraser and Segal have a chance to adapt to the new screen sharing system and get that undergoing when they're in the room. Okay, good luck. Have fun.
So now we're gonna have him sharing in Discord, and then Fraser using the VOD to share the Discord stream.
Correct.
To the actual stream. That is nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, the more complicated the tech solution becomes, I just love it.
Anyway, over to you, boys. Enjoy the casting.
Yeah. So we see that's a new map, the Baltic map, with Axis, with allies having both of the US factions being banned. So US 12th and US Marine Corps. While on the Axis, yeah.
Yeah. So I was wondering on the allies. You want a nation that has a lot of like rangers, I guess. Rangers and marines, something like this.
Yes, you could do that. And you could also do a paratrooper path where you get Gotland or a naval path. But I would say like a ranger path is really good.
I completely forgot that Gotland exists here.
Yeah, so let's go over the VPs. It's actually, even though it's a small map, but it has 5 VPs. So you have...
I'm trying to find the fifth one right now.
Yeah. So it's Gotland the first, Memel is the second, Vilnius the third, Lechk is the fourth, and then Presk-Litovsk is the fifth.
Yeah, the leak. I don't know how to pronounce that. It was blocked by the command.
The arrow.
The order. Yeah. The arrow.
Yeah.
So I mean, I really understand the North Finland ban, because this map has like, since the war starts in January 1st, 41. It's a winter for a few months, and then with Finland you would have a huge advantage in the snow. So I'm wondering if the allies have a counterpart that has something similar. That is also good for mountains. And
For the allies, you have combined operations headquarters, which gives huge buffs for infantry and special forces, and that is a really good path for special forces. You see the allies already preparing for Gotland invasion, naval invasion, not paratroopers.
You know,
and Canada is still open.
Segal is on LS again, because it makes it easier in my brain to remember who's playing what.
Yeah.
So Segal was the loser, so he chose the map, right? And then...
Yes.
Yeah, and then Soy decided to go Axis again, yeah.
To be Axis again, yeah. Seems like Soj prefers to play Axis.
Yeah, I'm currently wondering if he also played Axis in the quarterfinals 2 times. Definitely played it once, but I cannot remember the second match, even though I was watching it.
Maybe the second match he did not have the faction pick.
It was at the gates, and he played Axis, and he snaked around. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I hope this was the correct map. The correct
we have an extended period of build-up, so they, Seagull fixes his technical issues. Hope it gets fixed.
But I don't think he had problems in the build-up when the game was unpaused.
Yeah, but when the war started,
yeah.
He had technical issues.
We see like Segal always seems to upgrade the one tank designer he's actually going for.
Yeah,
while
not like he does
Soy upgrades everything. He just upgrades everything.
Also, Soy is not really converting. I mean, he is, but he's gonna build 1 mil and then convert. I want to ask him about what's the theory after these matches. behind that. Why is he building one?
Maybe he
mill and
did
then
some weird
converting?
calculation that this is better than converting everything directly.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe
I
that
don't
gives you
think so.
enough civs to build railways. I guess. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think it was a misclick because it's just so different location.
It's so far away. Yeah, and you could see it. It kind of stands out. But you see, at this stage, both players are really good. They're both building intel agency. It's not like one of them is gonna forget about that.
So why is Luftwaffe always being banned?
Luftwaffe is generally considered as an S tier faction in the community. It's just really good infantry and really good air as well. If you see the focus tree, the FG42 gives you plus 15 infantry division attack, which is a lot of stats, and also gives you cheaper fighter with the technische Amt. Yeah.
Technisches
That's fine.
Amt.
Is that German? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's Luftwaffe focus, right? It's German.
Oh, what does it stand for? What is technisches Amt?
I mean, technical office, basically.
Oh, yeah. So -5 fighter cost and -5 cast. So you get cheaper air than your enemy. And that's actually one of the few paths that actually gives you minus IC on there. There's actually
And
not
most
many
important,
paths.
you get 50 Svet bombers.
Yeah, that bombs the enemy.
And you
minus
get another
25.
100 heavy fighters. Heavy fighters give more superiority than normal fighters, right? I'm pretty sure it's like 1.25 versus 1.
I'm not sure exactly how much, but I know they give more. But the design is not the best, so it will get traded down.
But we should stop talking about banned factions and actually think about what he
Yeah,
could
and we
pick
should.
instead.
Yeah. You see the setup. Still, the players really like Dispersed. They just generally consider that Dispersed is better, since the game mode is not like multiple years. It's only like 2 years of gameplay. So Dispersed is better at the short-term gameplay.
So with 2 techs, they get already 20% retention and 10% base efficiency. And what I really like is that they you take a focus where you can switch your factories with high efficiency, and that it allows you to basically go from gun 1 to gun 2 with high efficiency, for example, or start a fighter line in that time. But it also means that you have to time everything into these 15 days.
Yeah, if you time it well, you get actual amazing base and retention. That's actually one of the good, amazing changes, new changes, that if you actually do your build and you spend a lot of time on your build and your macro, you get, extra rewards. You could min-max your build more.
So there's also improved factory conversion focus, where you get 25% mill conversion speed. And with everyone converting, I'm wondering if it's actually used. Like,
And
do people do that?
70% military to civilian, which probably isn't. People don't do
And
that.
I mean, okay, it's kind of. I'm not sure if that's modeled in a good way, because if in June 40, you should probably not convert your mills to civs. Ever.
Yeah. And the game started.
And now both. Didn't the Allied also have an invasion plan for Gotland?
Yes, they both have. Oh, but it
No,
got
because
cancelled.
they did it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think always the most important, the most interesting part is when they actually go for their faction focus. Before, it's usually there has been an established matter. Besides on like some maps where you require navy, people go for the dockyards, but usually you rush down for the mill focuses, right?
Yeah. So also Seagull always goes for anti-air, even if he's doing an air build. He just always does anti-air. While you see Soldier on the Axis does not build anti-air. That could backfire if he loses the air war. He doesn't have anti-air. Cass is gonna eat him alive.
I mean, so far he has always won the air war.
Always what? Yeah.
Yeah, and it also seems maybe this wasn't always the case, but it seems to only pick nations. Factions that have air spawn-ins.
Yeah. And
So
also we
just-
see Sojourn the Axis not going for the silent war calls, but going for immediately the army XP path this time.
So you need the army XP to obviously select the doctrines.
Yes.
And then I guess the rest is just getting pumped into the special forces.
Yeah.
Rangers. Rangers should be very important on this one.
You see Seagull already researching air, while the Axis player is not. He's researching better artillery and infantry.
You have to disable these raids. I didn't know you can do land raids.
Yeah, but they're not the most efficient.
Yeah, probably also not in this scenario. So, how many trains do you actually need? And is there any downside of pressing these command your civilian trains? I know you lose some stability, no?
Yeah, you lose -5 stability, which actually matters, because you're gonna go under 100% when the war starts.
Yeah.
That's factory output and consumer goods. But if you put 1 mil on them, that should be enough while clicking the decision once. That's from my experience. You click it once and then you put 1 mil, should be good.
They're doing pretty symmetric builds, because the moment he put a mill on the civilian trains, the enemy player also did it.
Interesting. Yeah,
So-
it's realizing that you don't need the mill from day one, so it's fine if it has low efficiency.
Because obviously, when you start the war, you don't have that many units in comparison to what you have, I don't know, half a year later. And since you don't really lose any trains unless the enemy is logi bombing, which so far I don't think we have seen that. At least I cannot recall, because if you are logi bombing, you cannot use you're not dealing cast damage at the same time. And usually, cast damage is the one that decides the battle.
You see the allies picking the operative advisor, while the Axis has the factory output 10%, industrial company. So different PP picks on the second one. And I'm concerned because this map does not have much manpower. You're usually low manpower. Usually people go extensive conscription as second PP picks, but these players did not.
So the reason for example, I don't understand. I would actually criticize Segel for this. He should stack both his spies into Poznan, because then you gain the internet faster.
Yes.
Because it would cover the whole thing anyways. But the reason he went for the spy thing early is because he wants to have 100%. Do you actually put it on passive, or do you always keep it on active for the planning bonus advantage?
Depends. If you can reach the front line, then yes. If you can't, you just put it on quiet and you get the intel advantage.
Yeah.
But in this map, you will reach the front line. It's not the biggest map, so you probably just keep it on build.
And then if the enemy doesn't have planning, I mean, even without the general, he currently has 30% planning bonus, and you don't want to miss out on 30% stats.
Yeah, and it's also lowers entrenchment, so you could also, break his divisions.
And we have the Italian First Army lock-in.
Yeah, for the Axis.
I'm not really surprised
Canadian.
because he has done that before. Yeah. Canadian. I mean, Canadian is also one that is usually getting banned.
Yeah, it's an S tier faction from the community, so to say.
Isn't there just
Canadian
one person
path
who
is
makes
really
these tier
strong.
lists?
Yeah, Seagull, which is playing that nation.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a really strong land path, and it gets a decent navy, but not the best. It spawns in 2 tanks, and gives 50 trains actually.
Yeah, okay, I'm wondering why he then did the decisions and building the trains. Because I'm pretty sure he doesn't need another 50 trains.
He doesn't need it, yeah.
I always thought this would be enough for everything, and they would have had more stability. Or maybe he just changed his mind, right? And just
and also,
last second
you don't need the
decided to
1
pick
mil.
Canadian.
You don't need the 1 mil on truck, because look at the Canadian CMP.
1,500. It should be enough for all logistics needs.
Yeah, unless you're going for motorized divisions.
And he's building top destroyers again. I'm kind of curious if top destroyers or normal destroyers win against each other.
I mean, last game we saw the light attack being more, dealing more damage.
He has like this fighter lines, right? But he has them with a bad design. Why does he already put in the fighter lines if he doesn't have the design yet? Is that the new meta?
Maybe because when he designs, he just does not create the new lines, he just switches. Maybe it's faster for him.
Because when you create a new design, you can also...
It kind of lags.
Can't you also make it so that it puts all the lines in production? Or can you not do that?
I believe that you can. But it could also be just convenience. You just switch it to the new design.
So he doesn't forget.
Yeah, also.
And he goes for the... What does this do? This is the mechanized.
Okay.
That's the medium tank division.
Yeah, Siegel, right?
So what
Yeah,
is your
and he
prediction?
also-
Is Siegel gonna use the tank? Or is he gonna split it up and put it into his infantry?
I don't know. Probably use it actually.
And the Axis player also just unlocked the flame tank. And
Yeah,
Siegel
and
has
he's-
not even started researching it.
But for Siegel, he is actually has 6 mils on transports, and has researched the paratroopers.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting.
And this is gonna go day 1 into Gotland.
Yeah, but I'm wondering... I mean, the Axis player has to react to it, right? He has to put up the air. But since he doesn't... I'm pretty sure Canada doesn't get air spawn and Snow does not. Besides the on the carriers, I guess.
What's interesting is that Canada gets a carrier and Italy does not. So that's an advantage actually around Gotland.
So would you say that the Canadian fleet is good? Like, can it win against the Italian one?
Not really. I don't think so. I think the Italian battleships are stronger.
I mean, last time Siegel invested heavily into dockyards. On this map, I would
And what?
say it's probably not worth it. So he's going for his tanks.
Let's go 3 speed, guys. Yeah, nice. 3 speed 1 month before war.
Okay, he's actually training his tanks. The Polish tank and the Canadian tank. I'm pretty sure they have good stats. 300 soft attack, 500 breakthrough nearly. Ah! Raw.
What's
Possible.
the date for you?
It is 1st of December, but it's frozen.
Same. It's a very slow, yeah. Same for me as well.
Well, I think we are back.
Yeah, now it's faster. Now it
Yeah.
does seem normal. Yeah, nice.
You know, it gave the players a small break. Because, you know, even if you're lagging, you can still do inputs.
Okay,
So-
by the way, the Polish, if you see the Polish and the Canadian tanks, they're really high hardness. That's actually really strong in this mod.
Yeah.
Usually people don't have much heart attack.
Maybe they have like...
Just-
Usually you just use anti-air for piercing. So they
Yeah,
don't have any heart attack.
But even if they pierce them, it's just the hardness is insane on these divisions.
Actually, I should look at the armor in the field. Okay, it is 46 armor on the one division.
That's a lot.
And
That's actually a lot.
Is it 46 on both? It's 46
Yes.
on both. And the Axis
And
player, I mean, he
15
went for
piercing.
these light tanks, right? So what he will do is he will already has them in.
And not much
I
piercing.
have to open the template again, I guess. 15 pieces.
15 piercing is not much.
I'm
He's not
pretty-
gonna pierce them.
Pretty sure last time he had more, but it's the same cannon.
No, it's a light.
It's
cannon
the anti-air
has-
that is missing yet. Like last time he had anti-air, and then he had 24 piercing.
But he does not
Which
have
is-
entire in this game. He's not producing entire.
No. Okay, this could end up huge for him. And we only have 13 days left for war.
Seagull's tanks can be unbeatable. They're high hardness and not piercing. That's
He just upgraded the template? Okay.
and you see Seagull has 11 on fighters, while the Axe player has 10 on fighters with 5 on casts. So kind of similar to last game. But this game Seagull should have airports to contest the air.
Okay, so how many do we need? 50 transfer planes to drop, or you need 100?
You need 50 per paratrooper.
Okay.
So these
I'm
4
not
paratroopers are not gonna launch. They're gonna go one by one. They're not gonna all just
Yeah.
go.
How was it again? If you put them into single ones, like to single orders, you can launch
Yeah,
them
you
all
have
at the same
to.
time?
If he has 2 per order, they're not gonna launch.
Yeah. But if you make like 4 individual orders, you can
They're
still
gonna go
launch them at the same
one
time.
by one. Yeah. No, by one.
Oh, one by one?
One by
One
one.
by
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. There's like a delay in between.
Yeah. Still
Okay,
need
and
the
war
general
is
for
about
the
to
round.
start.
I mean, he has no chance to be first if the enemy is invading.
Okay. You
Right,
see,
the invasion is way slower.
the invasion is going for the Axis, and the Axis paratroopers have they launched, and they have launched.
Yeah, I mean, we have something in the mod that makes it so that paratroopers launched 1 day later. Because
Yeah.
otherwise you don't need any air to launch.
And Seagull does have green air, and he does secure Gotland.
It's easily
That's the best
holding it.
VP for the Allies.
And he, no, he's just transfer planes up. He has not enough cast up.
Nice.
Okay. I mean, now he just needs to, I guess, make these units into something good. I mean, they're already good, right? They're
already good, yeah. You need Marines to push these out.
24 combat with or something?
Yo, Leonard, tag the axis and look at the cavalry in the south. Look how many clicks did he make.
Not many.
Did you see the cavalry in the south? With how many orders it has?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I'm not sure if it will finish its journey.
Yeah.
Okay, the allied player got 3 victory points then.
It's gonna cross the south.
Fall into the enemy's hand.
Yeah, so if you look at the allies, they have Memo and Wilno, and Gotland, so they have 3 VPs, while the Axis are gonna get Lick, should be, and Preslotovsk maybe. Well, Memel is actually getting pushed out though, somehow. Yeah, it is. So 1-to-1 VPs. 2-to-1, sorry.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Brest-Litovsk will go to Axis.
Yeah, it's just that cavalry is kind of.
Yeah. I mean, it's always at the beginning. Both people have to rush in, and then when the good units arrive, because usually it's the cavalry going first.
The Seagull's getting memed.
Then you can actually see what's happening. Okay, the Axis player now also has the air up, so we will start to see some CAS in the battle. It's not yet, but since Segel doesn't have any anti-air, and he currently has 71 fighters, well, this thing was something around 240. It will still take him some time to catch up. And it's 12 mils on fighters for Segel, and it is...
And 10 on...
Yeah, 15 on planes in total, yeah. And 10 on planes, yeah. I think...
yeah.
For Soy, he always does something similar with air. I've always, every game so far, he had 10 on fighters and 5 on CAS.
5 on CAS, yeah. And you see the allied tags being so strong in Memel. Unpierceable.
He just also got, I mean, I don't think he needs that airfield.
But also...
he should move his fighters to another airfield, because he doesn't have full coverage.
Yep.
As long as it's not contesting, it doesn't matter. Both of them took, I guess they took the same advisors.
Seagull does not have tank production, by the way. Once these tanks start running out of equipment, they're not going to be as good. So he has limited combat with these tanks.
Yeah, I mean, you get a small stockpile of tanks with the focuses.
And you see the Axis are pushing it to Wilno.
What I don't understand is why he's not using the tanks right now.
Yeah,
I know he's currently winning one, based on the VPs, but these tanks, they're very strong now because the enemy doesn't have anything to counter them, but he has time now to, actually come up with a counter.
Yeah, either produce anti-tank or anti-air or something.
He's not doing that though. Yeah. I mean, another way to deal with tanks is just, if you have CAS, and then you just attack with a lot of infantry, the CAS will deal so much damage.
The Battle of Wilno starts.
Yeah, if he's not building any new tanks, then he will slowly run out of tanks, and at some point you will be able to pierce them.
Yeah. Okay, he stops at Wilno.
Pretty sure if he just cycles it,
yeah,
he can easily deal enough damage because of the CAS.
Yeah, and the CAS is in the battle giving plus how much? Plus 2% stats, that's still something. And it's dealing damage on its own.
I mean, the damage itself is very high.
Yeah. And
like you see, it's 18 orc damage. And how much orc does the division here have?
Not a lot.
Like, okay, 50 orc.
So basically removing half a division. Now
but he basically now with 30 orc damage, it's nearly half a division.
And Seagull already has to force attack, and that costs equipment. While the allies, I mean, the Axis just doesn't have to.
Because if you force attack, I don't know if we can see it here. Yeah, we can. In this mod, you get increased damage. It's here 60. You get 60% more damage taken.
It's more expensive in command power.
Yeah. But isn't it also more expensive in terms of strength damage?
Yes, a little bit. I think not that much. I think Vanilla is a little bit less. But you see, he's already out of command power. Actually, the allies,
so
and he's losing Wilno.
Last end. Yeah. Well, maybe you should use your tanks.
And his tanks are just sitting in Memo. He's trying to retake Memo, but the CAS is defending with the Italian N. And Seagull's just not contesting the air. Has 15 mils.
I mean, he's also not training his air. That's also what makes me worried.
His air just AFK. But he does retake well
He
now.
got it back. What I'm also worried about is that he has so many units sitting on Gotland. I wonder if he could pair it up into the mainland, no?
Yeah, he could do that thing, but he does need air.
I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, Gotland doesn't have an airfield, right? So you would have to build that. But then he could basically pair it up into it.
He could paratrop into, if you go into the air map mode, he could paratrop into Western Poland, but not Eastern Poland, because Eastern Poland is where the air is. So he could actually cap him, you know, if he takes press ball,
he now moved his tanks.
Nice, he moved one tank to the front.
I mean, it's going to Vilno.
Which should really help him. But the issue
Oh,
is that
it's
the
behind
tank in
Vilno.
the city is not the best.
Okay, now he's also training his fighters, but he only has 123. And the Axis player is currently sitting on 333. So it's 200 planes advantage. Even though like 150 of these planes are not that great.
Are spawned in, yeah, but still
Yeah.
the numbers.
The numbers.
And you see him just defending in the city, because the tank is not that good into urban, with no flame tanks.
I mean, he would have had to cross the river somewhere. And I don't understand why he's only moving one tank and not both. It's also when you attack with tanks, it's always important that you have infantry as well. Because if the infantry is lower orc, it gets targeted. And then the damage goes into the infantry and not into your tank division. Not 100%, but like the major part of it.
Yeah, and that cavalry still has orders to start roaming around from day one, and the Axis perspective.
I'm
Still
pretty sure that's a new order though.
Like,
Look,
and that's another surrender from Seagull. And that's 2-0, that's the series. Strange early surrenders from Seagull.
that means he's out.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that was actually unexpected.
Yeah, I thought he would fight on. It's your last game. Yes, he
Okay.
surrendered.
I mean, gonna be honest, I don't really understand this. He wasn't that behind. I think this time we should actually talk to them, right? To figure out what is going on in Segel's head. He might be a bit upset. We have to be a bit careful here.
Okay, let's talk to the players.
Let's try to be nice.
Yeah, he surrendered.
Okay.
And that's the series. 2-0 for Soj.
Oh yeah, there we go. Now the players are joining the channel. Hey guys.
Hey,
What's up?
what's
That
up?
was unexpected.
Yeah,
Maybe Segel, you can guide us through what was going on, because we didn't really see that you were so behind. You looked
Yeah, well, the game was over. Like, I'm not gonna get A again. Italy has a good matchup on this map. I came up with a build on the spot. It worked better than expected. Canada was able to power drop. But yeah, I'm like, dude, I don't know. My mental is down after the first game. I'm not done. I'm done with this. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, his build's kind of went all in because he's not making tanks, so like his tank devs are going to run out of tanks, and then his only hope is to win air, but Italy's like either the best or the second best air faction, so that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, it looked like you were just catching up on air a bit, but obviously it takes a lot of time, and I don't know.
Yeah,
if
maybe.
this time
But
was
I'm
there.
like, this is a defensive meta. I'm never pushing this again after we entrench. Yeah, I don't know. I was super motivated to it. Yeah.
Seagull, I wanna hear from you. Was it because of what happened in game 1?
Yeah, dude, I got 100% scammed out of the victory. I was winning Navy. I would have 100% won that if I just was able to like be in the game, click army maneuver, entrench every front line. I'm very sure that I would have won that. It's whatever. GG.
Alright, GG's, man. And Soj, congrats for the win.
Thank you.
Segel, do you have any advice to Soy what he should do tomorrow?
No. Just playing. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Siegel. Thank you. You
Yeah.
tried your best.
I mean, you have the chance to, to get place 3 tomorrow, right? You're still having one game to play.
Can't wait.
So let's hope your mental recovers a bit.
Yeah.
And Soj, I want to ask you, what do you think about the final matchup?
In
the finals.
I think it's gonna be really good. I mean, me and Peugeot or Rizzo we're very familiar with each other. We play a lot of games, so yeah, I think it'll be good. It's a best of 5, right?
Yes, best of 5.
Yeah, so that's good. So we'll probably see some like weird maps and bands, and yeah, it'll be fun because I don't think either of us have ever played with 4 or 5 bands before. So yeah, that'll be fun.
What's your expectation? Clean 3-0 sweep, or it will be?
I'm sure he's got some meme strats lined up, so I would not expect a sweep, but I'm feeling pretty good.
So do you play a lot of different factions, or do you think you can actually run out of factions tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just has turned out like with the map and the bands that I've been playing Italy like pretty much every game, but I'm comfortable with a lot of different stuff. Like Italy's one of my favorites for sure, but yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with a lot.
So when your 5 favorite factions are banned, you can still deal with the rest.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I'm now going to throw and close out the show. So, hello, everybody. Welcome back to HOI Commanders. And I would love to say thank you to everyone so far today. We're going to end out the semi-final with a slightly sadder end, but nonetheless, that's where we're going to be leaving. Don't forget, though, tomorrow we've got another leg of the competition. We've got those final matches to play, and let us just check out the tournament bracket before we go in with tonight's end of the broadcast. So, yes, with that result, we're going to have Rizla versus Sojourn in the grand final, with Player versus Segel in the bronze match. Best of 5 and a best of 3, all taking place tomorrow from 4 CEST. Remember, the time zones are changing, so be around. Make sure you like the stream. It should already be visible on the Hearts of Iron channel over on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe and have that notification bell turned on for more details. Other than that, thank you so much again for watching, and thank you again to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this event. I am Midgeman. I've been joined by Leonard, PDX Fraser, and Mohammed with the casting and a whole host of players. And that's it for tonight's broadcast. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
For the people. For freedom. For honor. We fight because we must.
Destiny demands action. Bind together a fractured government. Unchain an engine of war. A dragon long sleeping awakes in the east. Put an end to division as a united front. Or let the powerful seize liberty on their own terms. Forge an unstoppable doctrine. Bring identity to alliances old and new. The Pearl of the Orient prepares to weather an oncoming storm. Will you yield to its power or stand resolute? Death looms on every front, yet the future remains unwritten. How will you end the story?